Good evening and welcome everyone, one and all, to one of the biggest events here in the AWSCO Windows Cup Series calendar. We're here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and the Cup Series cars are lined up ready to go for the Dr. Pepper 600. At least I think that's what it's called. And it's one of the biggest events here in the AWSCO calendar in general, I would say. 600 miles, of course. It means it's, I think, the uh, the joint longest race on the AWSCO Cup Series schedule. I believe we do have another event, the Talladega race. I believe in the playoffs, that's also a 600 miler. But this is our first one, and I think this is the our introduction to the long form of stock car racing. Here in the series. I'm joined tonight with Liam in the pre-race show, my accomplice in causing cautions in the mid-race show as usual. Hello, Liam. How are you doing tonight?
I am back, and this time I'm here on pre-race and mid-race. You guys might have caught me in the regular booth for the Continental race at Charlotte this past couple days ago. It's going to be chaos tonight. It was chaos early in the Continental race. We're going twice as long tonight. 300 miles 2 days ago, 600 today. Long race, long night, a lot of racing, and a lot of great racing. So strap in because it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, for those familiar with the Coca-Cola 600 in the NASCAR Cup Series, it's the same kind of event here. Only 400 laps around the 1.5 mile circuit. But there won't be any stage breaks this time. It is a very much a classic style endurance race. Everyone's going to be going for a long time here. It's going to be a real test of might, both of the driver and the equipment. And assuming many cars make it to the end without any crash damage, I think it'll be definitely a big test on the equipment's ability to perform for the entire race. I do expect quite a bit of mechanical attrition to happen later on in this race, but that's besides the point. We're here for the beginning of the race, and Liam, you're familiar with this track. I think you wager a guess to say that this track kind of has a bit of a chaos factor to it at times, especially at the end there. But I think the beginning of the race can deliver some real goofy moments as well, I think.
Certainly. I mean, we saw it in the Continental race where we were predicting that the chaos was going to hit late. I usually see it hit late at this track, but Continental race, we had all the chaos before the first half of the race. We had the big one at halfway, and I think we pretty much went green the rest of the way.
I think so as well, yeah.
So anything can happen. We saw a few cars, get into incidents in practice at this track in both series. And I mean, I'm not sure if they've quite tamed Charlotte Motor Speedway. I don't think anyone can really tame Charlotte Motor Speedway, but one of these symmetrical 1.5 mile tracks where you got to hit the corners the same, but because of the straightaways different, you also need to find some sort of balance in your angle of attack coming out of turns 4 and turns 2.
Yeah, and the exits of those corners are going to be the most crucial bits of track, I think. Both in terms of keeping your position on track, and if you get a nice exit out of those corners, you can really move up the riding order, I think. And also as danger areas, those are the two places I think where accidents are most likely to occur, I would say, as cars jostle around for position on the exit of those corners. But at the same time, I wouldn't discount a place like the entrance of 1. That's another place where cars might start getting into each other there. That's certainly another place to look out for, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we had a few incidents in the Continental race entering turn 3, and these cars are going to be coming in hot. They got, I believe it's going to be a tailwind down the back straightaway tonight, so a little extra speed going into that third corner. They're going to need to be really careful slowing down to avoid getting into incidents there in turn 3.
Yeah, I think so as well. And yeah, obviously the tailwind is going to affect the way the cars handle. It's going to unsettle them a little bit heading into 3 and 4. And we'll see if that affects anything. On the other hand, that does mean we'll have a headwind exiting turn 4. That might That's gonna be something to that's gonna be something interesting to consider. I think that might just help to slow down the cars enough, but it also might create a bit of a crosswind effect, given that they're not exiting head dead on to the wind. I think as they head out of turn four.
Yeah, I mean, the wind can obviously unsettle these cars. Modern stock cars are so aero dependent nowadays that it's really hard to tell how the weather's going to affect it. Also, cloudy weather tonight, so the air quality might be slightly different compared to what we usually see in clear weather races.
Yeah.
Late, it's going to be the track will have cooled down with the night air, and I can see this one stretching into the morning. So it'll be a long one, and it'll be a late one tonight here at Charlotte.
We'll be racing to the early morning here probably. I think even if this goes green all the way, I think we're looking at about a 4-hour race. And if we do have cautions, which we probably will, we might be looking at a 5-hour race even, or beyond if things really get goofy.
Yeah, they make an energy drink for that.
Really?
Really? Yeah. Well, I think we should probably take a look at the starting grid for this race.
Yes, I think that is a good idea. We'll take a look at our front row. It's Alicia Byrne in the 91, and is that DeGabi Abriella in the 20. The 91 of Alicia Byrne sits 16th in points right now. Nothing of note really in terms of performances in the 1.5 mile track. She hasn't really shown as much speed in those tracks, but she is starting to. That team, I will say, Mason Parker Motorsports does have quite a bit of pace at these tracks, but most of that comes with Arlen Hanstrom, actually her teammate, who has I think 3 top 10s. Yeah, 3 top 10s in all in the 3 intermediate tracks so far. 4th at Vegas, 7th in Texas, and 5th at Kentucky. So I think Mason Parker Motorsports is definitely a team to watch out for. Their car is starting 1st, 14th, 15th, and I'm missing one of them. I've forgotten which is the 4th Mason Parker Motorsports car. I'll get back. Oh, Perry Alcatraz in the 18th. She's starting on the inside of row 6. That would be 11. So all four of their cars starting in the top half of the field. That's definitely a team to look out for, I think, in terms of their pace, just kind of throughout the race. DeGabi Abriella as part of Team Flurvent, I believe. Abriella's been sitting pretty far down in points. Hasn't had a top 10 since Texas, oddly enough. So we'll see if she can back up that performance. But things have been a little bit rough for that 20 team, and I take Team Flurvent as a whole. Parking's had a really good start to the season, but results have sort of tapered down a little bit as well. We'll see what that team could do. Flurvent's car starting in the 2nd and in a 32nd. On the outside of row 16, that's Janet Parking's. Liam, anybody else catch your eye from that top 10?
Let me take a look here. I would keep an eye on Angeli Rugatino. I mean, we mentioned all the intermediate tracks. One we didn't mention was Calder Park. That track's slightly shorter than any of the other intermediates that we've run this season, but I do believe that the shape of that track and the banking is going to really play into the experience here at Charlotte. I believe that the 96, starting up front, won that race down in Australia. I have a feeling that she'll be one to look out for today in this 600-mile race.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout as well. Of course, Calder Park's a shorter track, but has many of the similar characteristics as you mentioned. It has both the quad oval and the kind of the banking that we expect from this track. Rugatino won there, of course, and has I think a 9th and 11th place finishes at Las Vegas and Kentucky, respectively. So the 96 is definitely one to look out for. Bria Delod, her teammate, has 2 wins so far this season, including one at California Speedway. So the Dark Horse team is one to look out for, I think. Speaking of, I should say, Delod starting right behind her, actually, on 7th place. Niji Garnstone in the 27, I think, is another driver that we need to talk about. That is a very, very good team. Garnston has come close to winning quite a few times. I would say the best driver that hasn't gotten a win yet, but not in terms of pace. But I think Jocelyn Nihale has a little bit more of that a little bit more of that finishing ability. That's why she's up top in the points. But
Yeah.
yeah, if you look at Garnston, she finished 8th in Kentucky last week, so uh, already a good result in one of the intermediates in this little swing we're having here. So we'll see if she can back that up, starting in 3rd position on the inside of row 2.
Yeah, I mean, any of those drivers that don't have wins yet at the top of the board, really consistent all season. I think being able to notch one in the win column and really confidently lock yourself into the playoffs is going to be really important at this halfway point in the regular season. And both Nietzsche Garnstone and Jocelyn and Io, I think those two are just itching to get a win, and it could come tonight. Only time will tell.
Yeah, pretty much. I think. See if there's anybody else that's done particularly well at these tracks. I would say let's looking at the rest of our grid here. Maybe the 8 of Lori Schliesenbach is one to look out for. Schliesenbach is one of those drivers that's on the playoff bubble right now. Got a 3rd place at Las Vegas. Was close to fighting for that win, I believe, which came down to Mauricia Vebels and Mika Harina. That particular event, Schliesenbach are really well there. Hasn't seen much in terms of results so far, but at the other intermediate tracks. But of course, she had that early issue at Kentucky where I think she crashed out very early on in the race. So not much running time for that 8 team, but this is a team that has been pretty good in terms of pace, and she's starting in the top 10, starting in 9th on the inside of row 5, and we'll see what that 8 team can do. That's one team that I also expect to be making waves as well.
I think I got one more driver I'd like to keep an eye on, that being Sky and Jetta in that 16 car. 22nd in points. She missed a race earlier in the season due to injury, but at the intermediate tracks, Calder Park, she scored a P15, or P5, sorry, P15 at Las Vegas, and then lowest finish is 24th at Texas, but then a 3rd at Kentucky. So that 16 team has been pretty dialed in terms of these intermediate tracks, and I could see that continuing today.
Yeah, that's, I think, a good shout as well. I will say that's another one candidate that might come out of left field. Although I only say that really because of her place in the points. The 13 of Yania Waterton, our most recent winner, won at Kentucky. Qualified pretty well as well at Calder Park, and ran close to the top 10 at Las Vegas as well. That's a driver that's a driver that's a part of a team that's qualified really well this season. I mean, you see that 3-car of Mimi Barino on the outside of row 4. So that team definitely knows what it takes to get the car up front in the hot laps. But go ahead.
Waterton's got a lot of work to do. It's qualified in row 19, so right at the back of the field to start this race. But again, we got a long race ahead of us, so there's plenty of time for that 13 team to make their way up to the front and show some of that intermediate speed they've had this season.
Yeah, I mean, well, you say that, and a fellow intermediate winner in 99, Mauricia Vebels, is also starting back there, so that's a lot of work for both of those drivers, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do. All right, I think we're close to wrapping up this pre-race segment, so any final thoughts on the nature of this race? It's going to be quite a long one, so what do you think the teams are going to be focused on come the... Go ahead.
I think the teams are going to be focused mostly on probably just keeping your equipment clean. We saw a lot of early incidents in the Continental race 2 nights ago. And if we see a lot of that, it's going to be down to making sure that you're still in a solid condition where something won't break heading towards that final stretch of this race. Obviously, with some of our longer races on the schedule only being 500 miles, you've got an extra 100 miles to worry about at least in terms of mechanical wear, not counting all of the mechanical wear we saw in practice and qualifying. So it's just going to be nursing that car through the early stages of this race, and especially past that halfway point, considering the chaos that usually comes with that here in AWSCO. So just hang on tight. Don't be too aggressive too early, and I think those are going to be your keys to winning here at Charlotte.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It'll be a real test for everyone, but I think everyone definitely wants to get past the first half of the race without any issues. All right, then. I guess we're coming close now to the start of the race. We'll take it over to the booth where it'll be Echo and Madison taking the reins for commentary in this 600-mile event.
Yeah, and hello everybody. Welcome to the Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Dr. Pepper 600, AWSCO's longest night. 600 miles, 400 laps here from the beautiful Charlotte Motor Speedway in the Queen City, Charlotte, North Carolina. This is a great facility, great venue, and I'm joined by Madison here today for this longest race of the night. All right, Madison? What do you expect in this one? You expect a lot of chaos, or do you think they might settle in early?
As our friends in the pre-race show said, pretty much anywhere we go as far as AWSCO goes, there will be chaos. Road America might have been an exception, and you could argue that for sure, but it's an oval. There will be chaos for sure. We've seen that even on the NASCAR side of things, whether the walls are sponsored by Lowe's, whether they're yellow, whether they're a bit more white and patriotic like this, you can see that, yes, there will be chaos, and certainly AWSCO is no exception, as we've seen all year long.
Well, this is a very interesting track. We saw the Continental race yesterday. Very competitive. Even though the Continental race yesterday had its fair share of incidents, there weren't a lot of cars that got knocked out by crash damage until about after halfway, and then after that one big incident after halfway, it was pretty much clean from there. So only one incident forced cars to retire from the race yesterday. Let's go through the starting grid today here for the Dr. Pepper 600. Row 1, it's Alicia Byrne, alongside DeGabby Abriella, the 91 and the 20. Row 2, the 27 Nietzsche Garnston and the 34 Mika Harina. Row 3, the 96 of Angeli Rigatino winner in Calder Park and the 64 points leader Jocelyn Nihill. Row 4, the 55 Ria Delad, two-time winner this year, alongside the 3 of Mimi Barrino. Row 5, the 8 of Lowry Schliesenbach and the 93 Arinia Tosima. Row 6, the 18 of Perry Alicantes, winner in Denver, and the 16 of Sky Angetta. Row 7, the 26 Sophie Chantosay and the 98 of Eva Ajarsaraj. Row 8, the 19 of Arlan Handstrom and the 39 Lily Tauberson. Row 9, the 1 of Valicia Vancy and the 32 of Cinlia Rariston. Row 10, the 92 Michele Yatica and the 6 of Gianni McJasmina. Row 11, the 42 of Mika Gennaro and the 62 of Halas Jukovic. Row 12, the 21 of Amani Wandayo and the 2 of Isa Ijavida. Row 13 is the 82 of Pace Lanieri and the 46 of Yenfi Yanaga. Row 14, the 17 Dira Reister and the 71 of Abby Little. Row 15, the 31 Taylor Happerman and the 38 of Youngwei Koo. Row 16, the 60 Emery Wesco and the 23 of Yappy Malikson. Row 17, the 9 of Carly Byrne and the 72 Janet Parkings. Row 18, the 10, Adi Stoneman, and the 52, Rachel Cole. Row 19, the 22, Andrea Davison, and our most recent winner, the 13 of Yania Waterton. And row 20, at the back, the Las Vegas winner, Marisha Vebels, and the 15, Tabrizia Tolerone. Well, it's a tough track, mile-and-a-half track, but this is a tough track. It's not really like any of the other ones we go to anymore. What do you think that's going to put in store for these drivers?
Well, maybe talking a little bit about how tough the track is, it's really weird in some ways because, of course, this is a quad oval, a bit like Texas and Atlanta at different points. That resemblance has gone different directions, of course, and as far as your line to run around here, you might think the bottom would be good, but no, you can get a lot of grip on the top sometimes, and if you have some insane runoff of 4, you might even be able to make a crossover on the front stretch, and certainly as far as this track being tough goes, you will see mechanical attrition throughout the night, not just because of the distance and insofar as just chaos at the track. We've seen plenty of that all over the place, so you really have to be on your toes here, respect the high speed, and we will see moments where the drivers don't race each other the cleanest, so just be prepared for that, and it'll be a very long race.
We saw in the Continental race, the top lane at the very, right up against the wall. They've applied just a little bit of resin to the wall line, and that's what these cars grip up just very, very well in the top lane, and they can get some big runs up there. So we've seen a lot of we're going to see a lot of slide jobs up there. We're going to see probably just cars going up there in the corners just to get that momentum. So all right. We're about to get the command to fire the engines here from Charlotte.
Drivers, start your
Okay, well, don't wind up being a little cut off there. So Alicia Byrne, the New Mexico driver in the 91 car. The only Mason Parker Motorsports driver without a win this season so far. She starts up front here, and she's going to try to lead here at the start. Get that bonus, get another bonus point for leading a lap. Obviously worth 1 bonus point already to win the pole, but she wants more, and she wants to keep herself up there in the points. All right, pace car's off. Here we go. Byrne and Abriella will lead them to the green flag for the Dr. Pepper 600.
Good start for that 91 car, already moving to the high line, which is exactly what you need to do around here, but was careful to get clear of that other car heading into the corner. In fact, both cars really, and should lead this first lap bar any trouble.
Yep, and we'll make it through the first lap without any trouble. Byrne leads lap number 1 here from Charlotte. Nietzsche
3 wide.
Moves up to second. They're 3 wide. They're 3 wide, a little further in the pack, but so far they've kept it clean.
Yeah, there hasn't been wrecking yet, but there has been plenty of rubbing as we've seen cars make contact with each other through these corners.
They're
going
almost 4 wide, and they looked.
Momentarily they were 4 wide, but that 64 got one insane run on the high side and will pass all those cars.
I think they were gonna go 4 wide, but they got, everyone gets so much different boosts of momentum, and it just meant that they went 2 instead. They were definitely using 4 different lanes. They just weren't all next to each other.
They were for a moment, but somehow managed, which is giving me perhaps some vain optimism for tonight, as we're seeing that high line continue to be at least somewhat advantageous, granted that you have at least some room ahead of you to make that up on the exit of the corner. And still a lot of 3 wide consistently back there.
Wind's blowing from the south tonight, so that means they have a tailwind down the back straightaway here, so you may see some good speeds down the backstretch here.
I'd be interested to see exactly what it might be, because you see those second, third place cars, and yeah, they can definitely have both the slipstream on the straightaway, and then you can also have the, you know, the tailwind too helping you. So I think that's where we'll see our highest speeds down in turn 3.
All right, well, the game crashed.
That was all for naught.
Let's try this again. We're so early. I'm just gonna restart it from the beginning.
Driver.
Am I live? Yes, I am. Okay.
Drivers, start your engines!
All right, well, the cars are rolling here from Charlotte. Definitely the initial start, and nothing happened. Trust me on this one.
Yeah, we've seen what these drivers are capable of, and we'll be excited to see what they can do here as this pace car prepares to make the jump onto pit road.
All right, pace car's off. Byrne and Abriella will lead them down. Green flag is out here from Charlotte.
Good start by the 91, not letting the 27 underneath her just yet.
And
As I
27's
say
looking
that, they're
down.
going to go down in turn 3. That high line still has the advantage on corner exit, though. We will be side by side exiting turn number 4, though.
27's going
And
to have
it'll
it
be
at the line.
Yeah, by just a nose. Car's flirting with 3 wide further back, but not willing to make that commitment just yet, save for 1 row.
Byrne getting a big boost of momentum up the top side right now. Trying to take that high lane. Trying to get around the 27 up there. Just going to take the
I thought
momentum.
that was what would happen lap 1, but now happening on lap 2. Will lead the second lap.
Just didn't have enough momentum first time by, but she'll have it here. And Byrne will get by. They're 3 wide here. With Harina trying to take second spot. And that's the...
I thought Mika Harina would back out, but that is just not the AWSCO style of racing.
She got a great run on the bottom. And she's closing in on the 91 here. Here comes Harina for the race lead. Alicia Byrne did secure that lap lead point for... Alicia Byrne secured the lap lead point, so she'll have at least another point, but now Harina's going to try and take that lead away. Here comes Garnston for second. Here comes Laurie Schliesenbach trying to move up through the field.
Yeah, they were 3 wide back there for a moment, but Gabriella had that good run on the top, and now switching to the bottom gets another good run, and that 3 wide did not last very long. That is something you will see throughout the night at Charlotte.
Yeah, they'll go 3 wide for a bit, but they won't go 3 wide for very long, just because it's just kind of hard with how many different lanes are available here and how much different momentum spurts they get.
Yeah, and you saw that again here. Brea Delade had such momentum on the high line that 3 wide did happen, but not for long.
That was 3 wide, and then Delade used the resin up on the top side by the wall to get not only a big enough run to escape the 3 wide, but to get underneath the 8 car of Schliesenbach here. And now the low line lost her momentum enough to let the 18 go underneath.
Yeah, typically 2 wide is more of a contest between bottom and top, but when they're 3 wide, you have those 2 cars on the inside, and they're getting each other loose, they're getting each other into ill-handling positions, and that's where you can use that traction compound on the high line to really make that work. And, of course, with all the time we've had with the Continental race and practice qualifying and such, the grip on that line is pretty well established now, so watch for that.
Yeah, they've rubbered it in quite a bit. Abriella underneath Garnston for the second position. And the 20 car trying to take it away. She will have that spot. Alicia Byrne trying to fend off Schliesenbach. She's got her teammate
Here goes
behind
Vancy on
Alicantes.
Alicante.
Yeah, Byrne's got her teammate helping her back behind in Peri Alicantes. And there's Felicia Vancy in the 1 car. It's been a team that's kind of been worth talking about, MNC Racing. They haven't had the strongest of seasons, especially if you look at the 71 of Abby Little where she's performed this season, but not the worst. And Vancy's had a good string of runs. She's been close to the playoff bubble a few times this season. Now there's a move for third as Schliesenbach in the 8 car trying to get around the 27. Schliesenbach trying to avenge last week at Kentucky. She got wrecked out on lap 4 in that race, and there was actually no yellow flag for her incident at Kentucky. And I don't think
Alicante's
she was
going 3 wide,
terribly happy.
contact momentarily. That will work out for the 27. They're still 3 wide off the corner with Vancy in the picture.
They were almost 4 wide again. They were using 4 lanes there. They were using 4 lanes.
Yeah, they weren't all side by side at once, but they were everywhere on that racetrack, testing out every line, getting different results from it.
Mika Harina's kind of pulled a little bit of a gap now to the second place car. Alicia Byrne fighting off, trying to fight Alicantes for that 5th position. You got Garnston trying to take a spot from Schliesenbach there. Alicantes using the high lane though, to her advantage right now.
Pretty competitive, but clean start from what we've seen so far. No big wrecks or minimal contact so far. No cautions, obviously, but we'll see how long that lasts. But I'm impressed with how these drivers have raced, very aggressively but very cleanly in these first 12 laps, going on 13.
Yeah, I mean, I think they realize this. I think they've finally kind of gotten it drilled into them. This is a long race. You don't want to overdrive your stuff right now. You don't want to take each other out unnecessarily at this current point.
Yeah, that's not how AWSCO drivers typically drive in this series, as we've seen many times, but at least they've got their heads on straight for this event, as we see Schliesenbach wanting to take second, but not able to get underneath to Gabriella for that position.
She's able to get underneath. She just can't get that pole. Alicante is trying to take fourth spot from Garnston here. She might try the slide job here in turns 3 and 4, and yes, she does, and she's gonna take it. That's gonna be the best way to pass on the bottom lane, is doing the slide job. How you do that? You just get that big burst of momentum, try and carry it through the corner, and then what you want to do is just clear up as soon as you can. It doesn't matter if you cut them off. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, all kinds of great ways to race around this track, as we see Schliesenbach finally take that second position. And we'll see if Gabriella can even hold on to third here with Alicantes in the picture.
And, I'm also fairly curious, but, Mika Harina, she's led for a bit. She's led since lap 4. But I'm curious if any of these cars that are behind or a little further back are going to close in and maybe fight with that 34 here fairly soon.
Yeah, we're seeing marginal decreases on that gap, and as we come to the line now, that trend looks like it's staying about the same roughly. So
yeah,
it'll take a little bit, but these drivers need to stop battling each other if they want to take the lead. Not that they care about that.
Well, hey, if the 8th car is running the top line, running right up against the wall, that should give her a little bit of a boost here.
They're only 2 wide, though, so we've seen mixed results when they're 2 wide, but if Gabriella had been on the bottom or in the middle and they were 3 wide, it absolutely would have made a difference. And again, you see they're still side by side down on the other end of the racetrack.
"18 laps into this thing here from Charlotte. Harina has the lead, and also, I know it's a bit early, but she has the NordVPN fastest lap of the race right now with a 28.364. Very fast lap.
Yeah, and speaking of fast, we have a tailwind coming from the south, so down the backstretch here, and I'll be interested to see what kind of speeds the second and third place cars are getting in the draft, because when you have that slipstream plus a tailwind down the backstretch, you will get higher speeds, of course. 30 are bad in the corners, but a slipstream is good down the straight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll get a big draft. You're going to get a big draft down the straightaways, but especially down that backstretch where there's a tailwind, so it's helping these drivers close in on each other. And yeah, look at the 18. I think Alicantes may be the fastest car right now because she is closing in on the 34 quickly.
Yeah, I was about to say, speaking of closing in, look at how much Alicantes has cut that cap. It is down to a quarter of a second now, and Harina's trying to move on to that high line a little bit to take away any sort of aerodynamic advantage you could get from running up there. So I think maybe a lead change could be on the horizon soon, as you see now a 1/10 of a second. So Alicantes is there and is not willing to back off.
I think Alicante is just trying to get that 34 loose, trying to pull up from the rear and just unsettle the arrow on the back bumper of the 34. Back here, there's Vancy and Byrne fighting for the 6th position. How about Gianni McJasmina up into 9th spot right now? Jasmine has actually run pretty well as of lately. She just hasn't really been able to get the finishes until, Road America a couple weeks ago, where she ended up finally getting her first top 10 of the season. Alicantes, though, still sitting right back behind the 34, not going all out for it yet. Here's Briadalad fighting with a few of these cars back here. Fighting with McJasmine and Yukovic.
Yeah, we saw Alcantes falling for a moment, but now losing a little bit of time to the 34, perhaps intentionally, because with that dirty air, not only does it make your car worse handling in the corner, it also affects your tire wear in a negative fashion. So probably crew chief saying, hey, be a little bit more careful, only make moves if you're super close and you know you can make that move. If you can't, just pull back and save your tires, I think is what's going on there.
Just trying to run up on the nose of the 34 there, and I think it just, you know, trying to run up on the nose, you want to get that car aero loose in front of you. That's a good way to get them out of the way, out of line, but you can't do it for too long, otherwise it starts affecting your own aero. As she's starting to close back in now.
Yeah, look at Schliesenbach in the picture as well. If we're in for a treat tonight, we could get a three-way battle for the lead. Don't know if that's going to happen, but we're going to see whether Alcantes makes the move for the lead or if Schliesenbach makes the move for second first.
34 drifts up. See if the 18 is able to use that. Not quite yet. She is a little closer. But here's this battle for fourth right now. That might be a three-way battle.
Those three wide. Gabriella able to use the high line again to make clear of that, as we've seen with three wide situations. They don't last long, but they do happen.
How about Felicia Vancy? I think Karina's found a little something. I think she's kind of drifted up to the high lane and it's letting her pull away a little bit. I think she's found a little something to try and use in defending against the 18 here. Here's a battle.
Fancy up high.
Fancy way up high. You got McJasmine trying to get around Alicia Byrne back here. There's Halis Yukovic over here. Yeah, Alacante's just not keeping up that pace anymore.
Yeah, might have used some of her stuff up at that point. And again, probably the crew chief, the spotters saying, be careful about that. This is a long race. And if you can't outdrive, just try and outsmart later or wait until you point where you can outdrive for sure. Still plenty of great battling back here, mostly single file, but occasionally two and even three wide.
Pace Laniria fighting here with Irina Tosima. That's a battle for the, I believe, the 15th position. And yeah, they're still continually, you know, going side by side. The 6 car of McJasmine fighting with Vancy here. It's one thing I'm learning is you kind of need to be able to roll into the top of the top as well if you're going to get a good runoff. You can't really slide up there mid corner and drive away and drive off from that. You have to kind of roll that top lane from the start of the corner. Otherwise,
yeah,
it just
part of that
doesn't
is
really
because
work.
it's such a radical adjustment in terms of your grip. When you have a relatively low grip low line and then you just go up into the high grip high line, then that will change things as far as how your car handles, and that often makes for something that the car doesn't really like, as we see Alcantes close in again.
Alcante's closed in again, and she's pretty well there. I think she's going to go for it here. Yes, she is.
At the quarter panel, side by side.
To the inside goes Perry Alacantes, driver from Guadalajara, Mexico.
Yeah, Harina was able to get a good run on the high line, though, and that is pretty much all that progress we saw. Undo button on that.
I mean, it's closer than the 18's been getting.
Yeah, she was able to make a move that time. That's a good sign. It's just making a move and actually making it stick. That's what needs to happen. Might try again here.
Yes, she will.
Will try again here.
I think she's going to try to jump the 34 here. Maybe catch her off guard here.
Yeah,
That's where you got to do it, on the inside lane. Try and catch them off guard. Don't let them have the piece of momentum to be able to make that move, to be able to roll the top through the whole corner.
Yeah, if it's one-on-one, sometimes you can make that move there side-by-side work. Of course, 3 wide, don't even think about making a move to the inside, but if it's 2 wide, you can sometimes make it work, but not always, as you saw Harina ultimately be able to at least keep the lead momentarily, but still a great battle going
Got the
on
lead
here.
at the line, but the 18 ran really well, really solidly through 1 and 2. I think the inside's just better in 1 and 2. I think the outside has a little more grip in 3 and 4, but I think that in 1 and 2, the inside is just the better lane to be in. Here comes Schliesenbach. The 8 car is closed up on these two because...
It had the sense not to go 3 wide.
Yeah. 18 car did get credit for that lap led.
Yeah, and you're talking about differences between 3 and 4. This is technically a symmetrical racetrack, but in terms of the way it handles, it really isn't. And you also have to remember there's a lot of bumps throughout the racetrack, and it's not smooth like we see a lot of other intermediates. It's been a little bit since this track was repaved, and of course it's worn over time. So think about that when you see these cars handle around here.
Yep, last time fresh pavement put on this track was in 2006. So this surface is pretty old, pretty bumpy. I think that's quintessential Charlotte right there. Just old surface, you've got to be careful just everywhere. This is a difficult, it may not look like it. It may look like the same track as a lot of others, but this is a very difficult track to tame. It's really tough to make this track work for a really long time, and it's even more fitting that they have the longest race of the season here.
Here's McJasmine moving for 4th.
How about the 6 car? She's really been making up quite a bit of ground. She's had a lot of good runs lately, but McJasmine showing even more pace. She had some good pace at Texas a while back, but she had an engine go sour at Texas and wasn't able to finish that race. But she's managing to climb up through the field.
Yeah, and these top 3 line astern at the moment, but I think we could potentially see that change here. Alcante is really closing in, probably close enough to just dart into that inside line in turn 1. Not going to do so, not confident enough in that momentum.
Perry Alacantes she's had a pretty good season. I mean, I think that the 18 has been one of the most respectable drivers this year in terms of her pace. She's been up there towards the front quite a few races, and I think she's either 2nd or 3rd in the points right now.
Well, this line of a top 3 has become a line of a top 5 as we're seeing these drivers get into the rhythm part of the race where maybe moves aren't quite the priority, but you just need to make a rhythm, save your stuff, and then the pit stops are what's going to matter. And if we get a yellow, which it's quite surprising we haven't had one yet today, I think we're going to see a point where maybe if there is a yellow, you'll have frantic moments on the restart. Maybe that could snowball, but I don't think as far as moves go, that's what teams are really thinking about right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we haven't really had a yellow or anything even really close to a yellow as the 17 of Dira Reister is down the pit road. That appears to be unscheduled.
Able to continue, but certainly a tough break for that 17 car.
Yeah,
Will
Dira Reister
probably go a lap down or dangerously close.
She's definitely going to be a lap down here. In fact, she might already be a lap down. Yeah, she is.
Is a lap down, might go 2 down before long.
Looks like the 60 of AWSCO also came down the pit road.
Yeah, there you see her rejoining the track, talking about that 17 ahead of the leaders, but with the leaders' pace, that will not last very long. Of course, tires are worn out, so you might see the 17 pull away for a time, but off sequence, and that will certainly disrupt the race.
That will disrupt her race, at least for the time being.
Yeah, the strategy of her race, for sure. And this battle for 4th continues, but really, McJasmine is not able to decisively get past Gabriella here, quite interestingly, as we're seeing a battle a little bit further back, I believe, for 7th develop now, 6 through 8.
She'll finally get it here. Yep.
Narrowly pulls
Slide
clear.
up top.
Unless
Liam,
Gabriella can pull a crossover.
Liam, what's up on the 17?
Yeah, we saw Daria Reister on pit road. That was in was a tire down for that 17 team. Early mechanical issues, luckily mostly down to the tires that they're using and not the actual equipment itself. But gonna be a couple laps down early on in this race. Gonna need to try and work that back as we head into about the 2nd to 8th of this contest.
Yeah, we saw Gabriella back there try crossover on McJasmine, but that did not work. And as far as that tire down goes, you have to wonder maybe a tiny piece of debris, or are the tires actually starting to wear out a bit more? I'd be interested to see what that graphic looks like, but certainly quite a few pit stops tonight. Wouldn't you think?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, their pit window here is about 60-ish laps. We saw, I mean, in the Continental race, that's about when they came down, was about 60 laps into the run. In the closest thing we had to a green flag pit cycle.
Yeah, and insofar as your tires go, if you're pushing harder, obviously that means more tire wear.
Caution is
Oh,
out.
yellow.
Whoa, we got a spin
Big
down the
wreck.
front straightaway. Vebels, Carly Byrne, and Ise Javida are all involved.
Big red, careful, Der Reister. Track will be clear. Caution out.
Well, it took us 45 laps, but
Tell you what, everybody's going to come down pit road this time. I guarantee it.
Oh, absolutely.
You just can't miss this opportunity. Vebel's pouring fluid onto the racetrack. This will take a while to clean up.
Yeah, big trouble for Vebels here.
Had the sense to hit the apron, but still, that is going to be a big cleanup there, and that was quite the significant wreck.
Where's AWSCO? Where's the AWSCO experts? There they are. Sorry, I'm just saving everything because I don't want to lose everything if the game crashes again.
Yeah, and tell you what, that looks like all the leaders heading down pit road, which is a shock to no one, and I'll be interested to see how the pit order gets shaken up. Will Harina hold on to the lead? Could it be Alicante, Schliesenbach, somebody else out front? So we saw Vebels retire pretty much immediately to no one's surprise.
Liam, what's going down on pit road?
Everybody coming down, 4 tires and fuel. We saw this during the first caution in the Continental race. Obviously, this happened a lot later than that one, but it's going to be 4 tires and fuel for everybody. Adjustments on those cars, really getting it dialed in for the rest of this race.
Conte's with a good stop.
18's going to win the race
Harina
out.
off pit road.
18's going to win the race out. 34, 6, 8 car having a real long stop. Schliesenbach is really going to drop back. And that's been something we've seen play Gubermont Enterprise and some other series as well. In the Continental Series as well. And Schliesenbach with just an unfortunate pit stop. Unfortunately slow stop, and that's going to drop her well down the field.
Jasmine had made a spot up on the bright side up to third, partly as a result of that, but certainly a good effort put in by that pit crew.
The 60 of AWSCO will be the free pass car once everybody cycles back around. All right, well, let's take a look and see what happened to bring out the yellow flag in this one. Looks like it was the 9
Well, we saw some
and the...
big impacts already. We saw the 2.
Looks like it was the 2 of the
Slammed into the
Javida.
wall. Oh,
Hooked by
just
the
got
15.
turned into the infield by the 15 and gonna come back up the racetrack. That's a horrible
Oh.
feeling. Helpless. Massive impacts.
Rachel Cole couldn't dodge it. Vebels just couldn't get out of the way. Carly Byrne, that's just really tough for Byrne. 52.
Javida with some frightening hits. We hope that she's okay.
Taylor Happeman as well with some minor damage.
Somewhat fortunate break for Reister, might I add. Before the leaders could put her 2 laps down that this happened, so Should we get another quick caution? This will be a free pass to put Darister back on the lead lap, or whenever that happens.
Yeah, obviously that's assuming she can maintain being the first car off the lead lap.
You know what, though? It did take a while for really any of the leaders to reach lap cars. We did not see that happen during this green flag run, so I think the odds are pretty good, but obviously we'll have to see. Pace car lights are out now.
I think we may see a little more. I think we may see them catch more lap cars now that there's a couple damage cars kind of running through the field, like the 52 and the 31, obviously.
Yeah,
Have a
sure.
bit of damage. So I think the lap cars may be a little bit more present. Pace car lights are out. It is Alicantes, Harina, McJasmina, Garnston, Vancy, Gennaro, Jukovic, Delad, Yiria, and Handstrom, the top 10. How about Mika Gennaro up in 6th spot right now? She needs a good run, and this looks like it might be one. Obviously, it's still very early. We're not even an eighth of the way through this race, but...
Yeah, made up about half a dozen spots on pit road, so a very good effort from that 42 team. Certainly on the ground, and on the track it'll be interesting to see if that effort can be equally as good. Oh,
Whoa, the 42. Well,
problem for the
speak of the
42.
devil. That is,
Commentator's jinx. Loose wheel, perhaps?
yeah.
We'll get the restart anyway.
Green flag is back out. And 34 really didn't go.
Vancy making a move for 4th. With not much avail.
I pointed this out in the Continental race, but I'm going to point it out again here once they come back around. Got a battle for the lead. Here comes Harina on Alicantes.
Yeah, using that inside very well. Got a nose ahead. Might be clear entering
She's
turn
well
3.
clear. Well clear.
Oh, easily. Could slide up now and still keep the lead. Take it back after a good pit stop from the 18 team.
98's
Yeah, they're
coming down
touching
the
the
pit
wall
road.
back there and everything.
No, what I was going to point out here is that the that bit of light that shines through the grandstands always confuses me. Makes me think there's a caution. Liam, what's happened to Gennaro in the 42?
It was a bad tire that they put on that car under the pit stops. They had to come down and change it again. It's a tire down for that 42 team at the worst possible time to have it happen.
That is awful. That team just retired, it looks like. That might have been a bigger issue than we thought it might have been. Well, we'll see if we can get any further word.
Yeah, certainly a heartbreaker for that 42 team. Came out with a great pit stop up to 6th, then had that problem, which, yeah, terribly unfortunate. I'll be interested, but also a bit sad to hear what else happened. Here's McJasmina making a move for 2nd.
6 car. Really driving it deep through the corner here. She looks really strong.
Not going to get clear, though, or maybe she will.
Yes, she
It's so
will.
hard to tell with the camera angles, and yeah, will get clear. I thought Alcantes might have that highline momentum, but could not wrap it up top to make that work. Gonna be 3 wides, a lot in the middle.
A lot in the middle. Jukovic and Handstrom are over here as well. Oh, the
Vancy
one car.
sliding up into the 27. That was slight contact, but they keep it straight.
One car very, very close to making that much worse. There's Schliesenbach back in 16th position. And far cry from where she was running earlier on in the race. Here we go. Here comes the 6 car. Here comes the 18. They're both looking.
Yeah, I was about to think, I don't think that move for the lead is going to happen before the move for second happens again. We are seeing some stellar racing here in the lights of Charlotte.
Liam, any further updates?
Yeah, I was able to actually speak to the crew chief of the 42 as they were coming by through the garage area here, and it was more than just a tire down. It seems like the lug nut, one of the lug nuts might have stripped on the wheel hub there as they were changing the tires, and it was just they couldn't get a tire fastened on there. So they brought it back down, tried to fix it, couldn't get it fixed, and now they're in the garage for the rest of the night.
Very unfortunate.
Tell you
for
what,
that.
my praise of that pit crew was probably in vain then. I apologize to everybody. I shouldn't have done that.
McJasmina gonna try and get clear. We got a car blowing up in the middle of the pack. The 27 of
They're
Garnston.
gonna cause a wreck.
Talberson,
Talberson
Rariston, Verino, Wesco is in it.
Reister. Caution is out again.
Caution is out. I can't really blame the field for that.
And they're quick to slow down. Good thing for the leaders is that pace car was very prompt. Good call by race officials, but wow, that was just terribly unfortunate. And there was nowhere for so many of those cars to go. Honestly, good job by a lot of them for even avoiding in the first place. That could have been a lot bigger.
Looks like everybody's gonna come down pit road here again.
I can see why, with how strategy can get mixed up, etc. This you just can't miss this opportunity.
Oh, that was definitely very, very, very unfortunate incident as Garnston blew up. The 27 of Garnston blew up in the middle of the pack, and that's just not something that I think you want to happen.
Yeah, she was running in the top 5 at points tonight, but did not have the best of pit stops and paid dearly for it. Wow. McJasmine, a pretty solid pit stop again, will come out with second as Alcantes did not have an ideal time on pit road. Will fall to, I believe, 6th.
Yeah, 18 car dropped back a fair bit. Halis Jukovic, 3rd. Alicia Burns climbed back up to 5th.
Breeds on with a good pit stop now inside the top 5.
8 car once again spending a lot of time on pit road.
Right then, so I'll be interested to get a better look at what happened because that was very frantic and sudden what we saw on the exit of turn 4 there at that 27 car.
No free pass because the free pass car was the 17. And she was involved in the incident, so. I think we could get a long run. I think we could get our long run at some point in this one. Just, you know, the way it's fallen just hasn't gone that way, but.
Yeah, we saw hints of that early in the race, but of course, cautions breed cautions, whether it's by just reckless driving or just misfortune like this, as we see Nietzsche Garnston right here battling for not as good a position as earlier after not the best of times on pit road, but still competitive.
In the top 10.
And
It was in the top 10.
Yeah, it was in the top 10. She was in the top 5 earlier, so lost a few spots, but you see that engine let go right here in the middle of 3 and 4.
Yeah, I think it's right as she picks
cool.
up the throttle. Pulls
Tried
down.
to get to pit road, but it was in vain.
Got into the 93 of Tosima as well. That makes all 4 of the ERR cars involved in an accident, and it's lap 59. I'm sure that's something that the team owner loves to see. Ignore that the team owner is me.
I think we have a conflict of interest in the booth. You're getting kicked out. Sorry.
Well, that means I'm kicking you out of the Continental booth then.
Oh, pace car lights sprout. Anyway.
Lights are out. Harina, McJasmina, Jukovic, Delod, Byrne, Alicantes, Yiria, Abriella, Vancy, and Koo, the top 10, is the 72. Janet Parkings.
That might be more pressure on pit road building up and allowing for mistakes to happen, and you just cannot do that.
Rasha, what was the issue on the 27 car?
Well, I think the issue on the 27 car was the fact that the engine may have just got grenaded in the middle of the pack. That definitely causes problems here, and yeah, the team were not happy that the engine expired right there, and the ensuing accident that occurred because of the scramble to get out of the way there just made things even more miserable for that 27 team, and yeah, promising days for the 27 team kind of just goes up in smoke like that, and that'll be the end of their race.
Green flag. Harina holds the lead. Jukovic now up to second. The Atlantic Racing car is 1-2 as we met in this portion of the race, but for how long? Here comes the 6 to the bottom. Whoa, the 34 and the 6 must have... I think they got a penalty.
Restart violation, perhaps. Several other cars with this. Schliesenbach as well.
Well, that's changed things up quite a bit.
Yeah, how's Jukovic your new leader in the pink 62 car? I'd like to look back at what happened when we have a chance and see exactly what went wrong there, because there's a few different reasons we could have had that happen as far as a potential restart violation.
I actually think I know what it was. I think it's because when they came down pit road, they were ahead of the pace car when they crossed the commitment line. And you're not allowed to beat the pace car into the pit road. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, you can't pass that pace car. That is costly for our 2 leaders. Of course, remember, this is a bit different from NASCAR. We have single file restarts here, whereas, of course, in the NASCAR circuit, as it has been for about a decade and a half now, it's been double file restarts in almost every scenario. So restart rules a bit different here if you're watching on television, and certainly as far as passing the pace car on pit road, that would be common to both series, I'm sure, as a rule. Move for second.
Alicante's looking on her teammate. Oh, I think Alicantes has just had heaven descend down from in front of her, because now I think that the 18 is kind of the fastest car of these cars that are still on the track, that aren't lapped down.
Well, before you say that, she's going to need to solidify that position on her teammate first and then pass another car if she wants to lead. But certainly good fortune to have those 2 cars ahead of her come to pit road, even if it's not how you want to get those positions.
And Halis Jukovic will lead the way here on lap 67. Alicia Byrne, Perry Alicantes, Caitlin Yiria, and Bria Delod make up the top 5. Fighting for second, though, is Byrne and Alicantes. Here comes the 55, looking for 4th.
Potentially 3 wide. They thought about it for a moment, but had too much sense to do that up ahead for second.
Alicantes is clear for second. Here comes Pastelin Yiria. How about the 82 car? Up into third
Yeah, I was
spot
running
now.
in. Yeah, wasn't about the top 15-ish at best earlier, and really able to take advantage of pit road, advantage of attrition, and of course those two cars with those violations. And now in third, having to fend off Felicia Byrne, our pole sitter, for that position granted, but quite competitive at this stage as Alcantes closes into Halis Jukovic up ahead.
Another car that's made their way up into the top 10. Yenfi Yanaga in the 46 car up into 10th spot. Battling with Youngwei Ku for that. Sophie Chantose in the 26 car, also up into 9th right now. How about Abby Little in 12th? 71 car looks fairly strong right now.
Yeah, that's a remarkably good run for that team, I have to say. And we're starting to see maybe these drivers get into that phase of save our stuff a teeny bit, work on moves if you're really confident. Again, as we saw at the start, and unless you get something silly like an engine blow up or just a wreck like we saw with Vebolst and the 2 9 car and others, of course I'm sure that could happen, but we might be in position for another green flag run here that could last a while.
I'm sure that's not what McJasmine and Harina want to hear. These two are actually the ones, they're actually fighting for the free pass position at the moment. And they are starting to close in on a lap car. That's the 52 of Rachel Cole.
Jukovic drifts high.
Jukovic really trying to run high, but I think she more ran high because she overcooked it and not for anything else. Here comes the 18. Alicantes to the inside. Daytona
Alicantes had an excellent run on the bottom.
Daytona 500 winner versus Denver winner. Couple drivers that have won on the super speedways, but fighting it out here at 1.5 miles.
Yeah, and they're closing in quickly on Rachel Cole. You can, at least for a moment there, you could see her in the frame, and that'll become more and more moments as this run goes on here. I think very well possible that by lap 75, oh no, sooner, you can see how quickly they're closing in. They'll have to deal with this down in turn 3, and that'll mask any advantage the Highline could have. That's just not an option with a lap car in the way.
And now Byrne, they're going to try and take advantage of the Alicantes losing a bit of momentum, trying to get around the 52. The 91 looks to the inside. We just haven't seen Alicantes be able to get clear for the lead. She's been up there. She's been battling for the lead. I think she's got a car fast enough to do it. She just hasn't been able to get clear. I think that clean air just kind of has something.
Yeah, catching is one thing, passing is another, and of course when you're in all that dirty turbulent air back there, it really does mess with the handling of your car, and we could see, even in dirty air, Alicantes could hold on for several laps at a time, but just could not make those moves stick, as you said.
I think the 18 might just be better in traffic.
I see why, though you do have to wonder, certainly on these last pit stops, maybe they adjusted with that in mind, with some of the leaders maybe not giving the 18 a realistic chance at that lead at that point in time, but maybe now it's time to adjust more for free air if we get longer green flag runs.
Abby Little up into 10th now, so that's both MNC racing cars in 8th and 10th right now. So double top 10 for MNC right now, which is pretty impressive. That team has needed some luck. Byrne gets around Alicantes, but Alicantes immediately crosses back over to the bottom. How about Michele Yatica in the 5th position? Haven't really heard a lot from her this season, but she's up here now, running 5th. There's Gabriella in 6th. Every Toyota team has a car up here in the top 10. Southwest also has Yanaga up here in 8th right now.
Not a Toyota, but Abby Little is entered the top 10. Of course, had a good run at Road America and desperately needs another such run here tonight. Still plenty of time left, but promising to be good at this stage for sure.
The driver of that MNC Racing Ford. And Alacantes is starting to lose a bit of ground.
Ran
think
way
that-
high up the racetrack, more than you'd want. Gonna try the crossover though.
I think that car just may not be where it was before. How about our pole
Again,
sitter,
might have
Alicia?
used her stuff up.
How about our pole sitter, Alicia Byrne? She's starting to close in on the 62 here. We may see the 91 car, battling for the lead sooner rather than later. Paisley Nieria going to move for third. How about Yatica going to try and take fourth from Alacantes? Abriella's trying to use the outside to get fifth. Alacantes getting absolutely freight trained on the bottom.
Side by side for third, a little bit further back, and plenty of side by side elsewhere in the top 10 area.
Yanaga trying to take this 6th spot now from Alacantes. And that 18, that car has fallen off. I'm not really sure why, it just has.
Yeah, I was about to remark that 18 has been struggling a lot, is down to 6th at this point. Could lose more, 3 wide momentarily, but Abriella had to back out of that.
That's 2 cars running the high lane. Well, not even really sure if it's 2 cars running the high lane, because one of them is more so running the middle and the other is running the high lane. But the middle's not where the resin is. The middle, the very high wall lane is where they put that resin.
Yeah, neither the middle nor the low lane are good when you're running 3 wide, and that's what makes the high line so obviously good here, is when they're running 3 wide. If you're running 2 wide, there's, again, a bit more of a debate between low and high. But certainly the high line, yeah, it is where all the resin is, and that's why it's so good. And especially at this point in the race, it has got so much rubber in it that there's no questions. You run it.
Here's these two, Delad and Alacantes. They haven't had the best of relationships throughout the season, but they're going to be racing each other here. Sophie Chantasse has moved up into 9th. How about that makes Inverness Racing with both of their cars in the top 10? With Yatica and Chantasse both up here. Byrne is slowly starting to gain a little bit of time every lap on Jukovic. You got Yenfi Yanaga in the 46. She's starting to drive up through here as well. NordVPN fastest lap right now. Youngwei Koo in the 38 now has it. 28.284. That's a pretty strong lap. 28.2, I would say. Pretty good.
Yeah, you're talking about the 91 Alicia Byrne closing in, but we saw that from Alacantes last time and could not make that move, could not make it stick, and eventually had to fall back some for her own sake. But maybe this is the exception here. We'll have to see.
Well, 91 did start on the pole. She started up front, so, that car has a little bit of running in clean air.
Yeah, led lap 2. That was pretty much it.
55-26 fighting here for the spot for this position. You got both of the MNC cars back here battling for the final spot in the top 10. There's Amani Wandayo in the 21 there as well, driving that red racing car. How about Yenfi Yanaga's moved up to 3rd now?
Yeah, has really been on the run. We didn't even mention her name in the race before really the last, 20-ish laps? She got into kind of the top 15, then the top 10, now the top 5, and now in 3rd.
Now
Could be on a big run tonight as they are approaching lap cars again.
Now on the podium. So I know it's a bit early to be talking about the podium, but
Do we have podium ceremonies here in AWSCO?
yeah, we do.
Yeah, take that, NASCAR.
I mean, it is a worldwide championship, so that's why.
Still gotta rub the salt in the window a little bit as they're approaching the 93 car there. That'll be one car that they're about to have to treat as a bit of a chicane. And then the very damaged 52 of Rachel Cole once again.
They'll catch the 52 probably straight away here. '93 might be a little annoying for some of these cars.
Yeah, straight away you say. It was on the straightaway. And that really allowed the 46 to close right in. Now we have 3 cars line astern for these positions here, and moves will happen before long.
I think all three of these cars are pretty good.
I can't disagree. We've seen different qualities out of all of them because the 91 is just, well, fast, got pull, able to run pretty much relevantly throughout the night. Halsukovic able to fortune and has run quite well in clean air, and the 46 has been able to make moves and climb up to third, a very close third. So we will have a competitive next few laps at this point, whether it's a caution or pit stops. It ends this sort of running together on track for these drivers.
I think we may see a battle for the lead sooner rather than later. Byrne and Yanaga, second and third. Those two have been flying to catch that 62. Yuria's kind of sitting in fourth, just pretty well by herself, but she is gaining a little bit of time. She's underneath a second from these top three. Granted, I think that may be more so just because they're all bunched together. Gabriella sits in fifth.
Speaking of second...
Gabriella sits in fifth, Alicante, Sciatica, Chantose, and then there's the battle for ninth is the 71 and the 55. How about this battle for the 11th spot? That's a three-way battle between Rugatino, Wandayo, and Tolaron.
Unsurprisingly, the high line prevails there. As we've discussed so many times, pre-wide, bet on the high line.
Byrne hasn't really made a move yet. Wonder if that's kind of her. I wonder if that's kind of part of the plan, or if she's just maybe, or if maybe she just can't get enough to make that move.
Could be either way. We saw Alicantes earlier in the race in this exact same position, and she was more willing to make moves. So I think maybe a bit more calculated out of Alicia Byrne potentially. Oregon, as you might mention, just genuinely not as good of a car at this stage, and I'll be interested to see how pit stops impact this for sure, as far as who gets out when. But yeah, Byrne's still not making a move yet. Very interesting.
How about here's the points leader Jocelyn Nahale. She's actually sitting in 15th right now. And this has been kind of the thing with Nahale. She never really runs all that great in the races, but you know what she does do is she finishes well, and that's what she did at especially at That's what she did at, especially at Kentucky last week, where she really did not show up almost the entire race, and then she got a 7th place finish out of it after the issues at the very end of the race.
Momentary fight for second.
And Yanaga was looking underneath the 91, but the 91 held her off.
Right, so it's been, what, 35-ish laps since the restart? 33, something like that. So we ran about 45 to start things off with before we got that first caution. So do you think they can run about that long or longer again? Do you think we might get actual green flag pit stops?
Well, restart was on lap 63. And
Okay, so about 35 laps.
yeah, so we've run about 35 laps. I think we've actually run exactly 35 laps. But I mean,
Yeah.
I could see them going all the way to the pit cycle. Where I'd be concerned is in the pit cycle, because there's been issues that I think in the Continental race yesterday, we saw issues with some cars when they pitted. We saw some cars when they pitted had issues with getting down onto the pit road cleanly. And that actually brought out the caution in our that actually brought out the caution. So our only green flag pit cycle of the day ended up being cut short.
Yeah, not only would that be a nightmare for race officiation, having so many cars a lap down and having to do wave rounds and all that fun stuff and that sort of thing, but certainly this is a tough pit road to make an entrance to. We used to see an all-star qualifying back when NASCAR had their all-star race here. You had to pretty much, there was no pit road speed limit. You just slammed down into the pit road entry from turn 4 and you just went down, made your stop, and then went right back up in turn 1. You don't do that here on pit exit, obviously, but even a somewhat lower speed and having to meet that pit road speed limit, it is tough to make an entry here. As you see a mover second on the bottom.
Comes a 46.
Might be clear on the corner exit.
Yep, she's clear.
Will be clear.
Yanniga to second now. As we've crossed the 1/4 mark of this race, the Dr. Pepper 600. A quarter of the way through. That's our first big milestone of this one. And for a quarter of the way through, I am going to be getting an export because I don't want to lose any information. Yanniga is there. That 46 is really, really fast. You can tell that this car has got something cooking up.
Yeah, could fight for the lead here before long. We'll see when that move happens, not if.
I mean, the 46 has been fairly aggressive on this run, too, so. 62 slides a little bit. Gonna let the 46 try and go to the inside here down the front straightaway.
Yeah, that 46 can do the inside very, very well, even in turns 3 and 4, where the outside is supposedly better. And side by side here with Haas Jukovic down at 1 and 2. This is where the move starts, and then you finish it up either down the backstretch or you finish it up on the exit of 4. Still side by side.
But Jukovic is going to have a little bit more up on the high side.
That's allowing Alicia Byrne to close in, and you heard a lap car ahead. That'll make this battle interesting depending on when they reach it.
The higher you go, the more grip there is. The more grip you can get around the cars, around these cars. But the 46 is doing a really good job. Kind of forcing the issue.
Yeah, I couldn't make it stick that time, so could this be the new Alicantes in terms of battling at this stage for the lead in the race, or could this genuinely be a real fight from the 46 to try and get up front, and could it end successfully?
Interesting of note here, the 6 of McJasmina is in the free pass position. So if there's another caution, McJasmina would be the benefactor. But obviously a lot of that would depend on when we go under caution.
Unless the 6 has a problem, that won't be much of an issue anytime soon, because the only lap car in sight for the leaders is Rachel Cole, who is already multiple laps down. So at least for now, unless Mika Harina catches up, I think McJasmina is at least somewhat safe.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you can never really be too safe, but...
Yeah, of course. The safest position is on the lead lap in this situation, but that's unrealistic. And we are about to tread into unknown waters here, as we are about to reach 45 laps consecutively under green, and of course, the estimation for pit window is 60, as we established earlier, so we'll see if that's truly the case and how the cars handle at this particular point. And of course, overcuts, undercuts, typically not terms used as much in stock car racing, but the strategy, depending on when you pit, will play a role later in the run.
Oh, the undercut will be big here. I think that the undercut's going to be the most key thing here, because check out that tire wear. We've lost almost 2 seconds on tires.
Green flag runs could lend some credence to potentially maybe gambling on maybe not quite as early of a jump, but certainly the earlier you pit, the more you lose near the end. So it's going to be
Yeah.
fun for these crew chiefs to figure this out. But undercut generally better, especially if you're waging on more cautions.
Well, the undercut will get you track position, but what the
Yeah.
undercut won't get you is sustained speed. So if you overcut it,
Exactly.
you'll be faster, but you'll drop back because you're spending more times. You're going to spend more time in comparison on the older, slower tires.
Yeah, it's a short-term versus long-term thing for sure. And we'll see what matters as this race goes on, because they're capable of running a long time, but at the same time, they can also be incident-prone, as we've seen a couple cautions already that have wiped out nearly a dozen cars. Still 31 cars running to my knowledge.
Correct, 31 are still running.
And about 24-ish of those are on the lead lap.
We got 23 cars on the lead lap right now. AWSCO in the 60 car, last one on the lead lap at the moment. Had a couple incidents early, but I mean, had a couple incidents early, but I mean, I can't really chalk a lot of that up to, you know, aggression. I guess maybe one of them was, but the other one was just, I mean, you can't really fault Nietzsche Garnston for what happened to her.
Yeah, good job by that team to stay on the lead lap in that second caution anyway. And as far as the first one goes, that was just a whole mess, honestly. Certainly the 9 and 99 car is very unfortunate, but that was just messy for sure. That was our first incident that just, you know, happened. Certainly with the 27, that sudden engine blow up was much more unfortunate for everyone.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really blame Garnston for that.
These front three have really pulled away from everybody else. They're, at least as far as Alicia Byrne goes, she is 4 seconds ahead of the next car. So really in a bit of a league of their own, and we'll see how the strategy affects that. Have these cars been pushing more, or have they genuinely been faster than everybody else?
And I think the 46 is faster than the 62 right now. I'm just not sure that she has... She's gonna need to figure out how to get by with the dirty air.
Yeah, she's able to work out in the dirty air earlier. Of course, that's how she got up to second in the first place, of course, but it's a bit different when it's for the lead and that front car has clean air. Everybody else further back, they have dirty air as well for the most part, so bit of a different game up front.
See, that's the thing, is that the way the arrow works, you know, when the arrow, you know, when you get up on a car, on the nose of a car, when you get up on their rear bumper, it gets them loose, but it also can make your car tight. And it just won't want to turn. And I think that might be a little bit of what Yanniga could be struggling with. Here she goes to the inside on Yukovic.
Kind of. But yeah, as far as the car, like you getting loose or tight, as far as that goes, of course, when you're loose, obviously rear end wants to step out, tight front end isn't willing to turn. And certainly as far as when you don't have as much downforce, it really messes with your grip, and you have to rely on more of the mechanical grip than the aero grip, and that's what makes your car less willing to turn down the track. So certainly easy to see how you could get tight in dirty air like that, and that really can kill your momentum.
The other interesting thing is I'm noticing that Yanniga's running the high lane or the middle lane to get boosts of momentum down the front straightaway, and even down the backstretch to try and keep with the 62. And I think that's a good. I think she's playing this smart.
We're starting to see it pay off. Of course, we still have to wait a bit longer to see how it's truly going to go, but certainly, insofar as I'm concerned, that is not a bad thing. And at this rate, as far as our estimations, we should see green flag pit stops in the next 3 to 5 laps, maybe a bit longer if they're willing to stretch it. So We'll see if the move for the lead happens first or if pit stops happen first. And it's going to be the former.
It's going to be the move for the lead that goes first. Is the move going to pay off? Oh, well, we'll figure it out.
They're still side by side. That's promising.
Yukovic
That
drives
high
it
line.
deep into the corner, though.
Will the high line prevail? It will. At least for now.
Yukovic drove it really deep into turn 3. And now Yanaga, who's lost a fair bit of momentum, gonna have to fend off the 91 now for second.
Even with this battling, they're still pulling away from everybody else. You see that 82 car is a whopping 6 seconds behind the 91, and then some change.
Yeah. 91's pitting. Burns in. She's gonna try and shortcut. She's gonna short pit this one. Alacante's coming in as well.
Alcante's.
Shantose is in. Looks like Toleran's come down. The 2 Mason Parker cars that have been contending are the 2 that come down the pit road first. I
have to praise that. If you can't battle by on the track, battle by in the pits.
And 62 is going to come in here.
46 will inherit the lead for now.
Yep, that will put Yanaga back out. That will put Yanaga out front officially. Bunch of cars. Here comes Fairview down pit road. Arena's down. There's Handstrom, Vancy, Stoneman. We saw Yiria and Abriella, Yatica as well. Liam, green flag stops?
Green flag pit stops, and it's similar to what we saw on that first caution when everybody came down after the long run. 4 tires, fuel adjustments. These teams are just measuring it right now. We're not even halfway through this race yet, so there's still plenty of time to make changes to the setup here and get these cars ready to go for the second half of this race.
I think the 96 may have missed her pit stall because she is very slow. I think she was trying to come down pit road, and I think she was not able to make the commitment line, and so she just chose to go back. She just chose to go back around the track here.
You cannot make that mistake. You get a penalty for commitment line violation, but you cannot afford to miss pit lane entry. That will hurt. Thankfully able to make it this time, though. That was a bit of an aggressive pit entry, so
Well, I think that
concerning.
the penalty for missing the commitment lane, the commitment line, I believe is a 15-second hold, and I don't think
you can't afford to do that.
I don't think you lose that much time if you just go around and come in next lap. But that's unfortunate, very tough.
Oh yeah, that is a lose-lose situation, and the 96 took the lesser loss.
91 car, Alicia Byrne, is actually out front of the 62 and the 46 now.
Yeah, by a country mile as well. About
look at how far out front she is. See how much the undercut matters. She's out front by. Yeah. She's ahead of the 62 by 3.5 seconds now. I'm sorry.
62 will close in, but that is still
excuse me.
quite the distance.
And Yanaga dropped back quite a bit. She's about 2 seconds back of the 62. Alacantes is up here. There's Yiria. Don't think Yanni Waterton has come down the pit road yet, so I think 13 is still. I think the 13's trying to list this one out on these tires as long as possible and try and catch a caution.
There's merit to that strategy. The question is, will that caution actually come? But as far as speed difference on the track goes, certainly that is possible. If you get a slow car run into a fast car, yeah, that could happen. But I think the 13 team, they realize they made their bed, they need to lay in it, and they're going to come to pit road now.
Well, what they will have is they will have the freshest tires. Give me 1 second. So Alicia Byrne now out front, and this is the first time we're seeing her really like far out front. really
Yeah, tell you
decently
what,
far out front.
Alcante's. Yeah, the 18 is up to 4th now. Of course, another testament to, at least at this point in time, that undercut strategy working. Was in 7th, now up to 4th, and right with the 46 who we saw battling for the lead at times earlier. So big shakeups in the order, and not going to have the lap car help the 46 necessarily, but good strategies all around from that team.
One around the 93 here. 13 actually fell a lap down, which, I mean, not terribly surprising. She's actually 2 laps down, excuse me.
Yeah, she got damage from an earlier incident, did she not? Yeah, she did. So that was already enough of a weight, and certainly having that extreme of an overcut will also hurt you. Could make up some time later, perhaps, but certainly not the ideal situation for that 13. Potential move for 3rd here.
Yeah, Alacantes has been on Yanniga here for a little bit since they came out of pit road. How much Brizia Tolero moved up into 6th spot? Well, she's got held
Rachel
up by the
Cole's
lap
gonna
car.
hold up the 15.
But
The
still,
high line works, but not when there's a lap car blocking you.
still, Tabrizia Toleron in 7th spot now. This is a run that she's absolutely needed. I mean, she finished 6th last week in Kentucky. Was her first top 10 since Calder Park. It has been a rotten season for Tabrizia Toleron. But I think she's started to take the. She's starting to carry the Royal Racing banner now that her teammate Garnston is out of the race. And she'll get that 5th. She'll get the 6th position back. 91's just actually kind of pulling away from the 62 here a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna see that right now at least, but later in the run we'll see. Unless the 91 is really good at tire saving and the 62 is not, we will see the 62 close back in again. So I'll be interested to see where that leads. But assuming nothing silly happens from this point onward, we'll have our next set of pit stops, I believe, at 185 or so.
Well, let's see. When do they come in? Around 123. So, yeah.
Maybe as soon as 180 in some cases.
Yeah, we might see more short pitting.
Yeah, they'll take a look at what the 18 and the 91 did and say, hey, we might want to do that. And of course, the other thing about the undercut is that you're the first to go, and then everybody else has to respond to avoid losing track position. So you have the upper hand in that situation. It's just, you have to make the call and be decisive about it.
You know who may have the real upper hand is that 46 of Yanniga. And the 62 is not really continually gaining, but the 46 is pretty continually managing to push her times up. New fastest lap belongs to the 34, Mika Harina. 28.180 for the 34.
Still a lap down, of course.
Still a lap down, but
I believe free pass position, right? Where's McJasmine on track relative to that 34? Because, yeah, Harina did take the free pass position, so if you get a caution anytime soon, that means we will see the 34 back on the lead lap.
there's where the 6 is, and there's where the 34 is. So they're not too far away from each other. They're still pretty close. And yeah, the 62 hasn't really been consistently gaining, but the 46 has been consistently gaining pretty much every lap. And now everybody's strung out, so... Everybody's strung out now, so this is the part of the race where, you know, you're going to have to be good in pretty much all kinds of air. Yanniga gained another 10th on the leader that time, and that also meant that she gained a 10th on the 62. about this group back here? This is the fight for 6th here. And there's Tollerone fighting with Chantasse. Those are two drivers pretty deep in the points. Top 10 for either of those drivers would be much needed at this stage in the regular season.
Gabrielle going for a move on Chantasse there. Abby Little trying to take advantage of that. Of course, we're seeing the middle is the worst of the 3 lines through the corner usually. Possibly. Chantasse is able to keep that high line. And Gabrielle will keep that position looking further back.
Jukovic has really dropped back. She's down to 3 seconds behind the 91 again.
Yeah, clearly not keeping up on adjustments, which is a crucial mistake from the crew chief at this point in the race. Able to keep, actually did lose the lead, dropped a second, and now dropping back. Probably that car not handling all too well, even in cleanish air. And yeah, you just can't afford to do that, even with a lot of time left in the race. You never know what can happen. And as conditions change over the night, we'll see things change a little bit, and you need to keep on top of that for sure, especially as the track ages and the car gets a bit older as well. You really need to stay on top of those adjustments and listen to your driver.
And Yanniga's been pretty consistently gaining on the 91, so I think if anybody's going to challenge the 91 for the lead, it's going to be the 46 and not the 62. Now remember that the 46 pitted actually 2 laps after the 91 did, so she's still dealing with that overcut. As this is a whole mess back here. There's actually a couple lap cars because the 34 and the 98 are in the middle of this, but those two are still fighting. They're still trying to drive up through.
There's a move for second. I think that'll stick before long. We'll see how Jukovic can take advantage of that high line, but clearly not able to do that quite as much as we've seen other cars at this point in the race, but still able to hold on respectably. That's allowed Alicantes to close in once again. Here they're dealing with Rachel Cole and the 13 further ahead. They get by the 52 easily, but the 13 will pose more of a challenge here. And they're starting to close in a little bit now on Alicia Byrne, but still...
They closed in a lot.
Oh yeah, they were closing in a bit earlier, and now they're really closing in. And this is where the undercut can fall short sometimes if they run long. Because when you have fresher tires near the end, obviously, you're going to, you know, have better stuff near the end, and you'll be able to close in, maybe make passes too. So sure, the undercut works in the short term, and that has its merits, but the overcut here, you can see the argument for it as we're seeing at this stage. And as they cross the line, not as much gain that time, partially impeded by the 13 and battling with each other, but certainly potential in that overcut.
The 46 really wants to try the high line, but the 13... Well, actually, the 13 is going to block the low lane here. Yanniga really wants that high line, though.
And that might play to her advantage. She is able to make the low line work, and maybe
Here
the
comes
high line
Alicantes.
grants that. Oh yeah, 3 wide here. I was about to say that lap car could be a problem, but we'll see. They're gonna squeeze each other a little bit, and looks like Yanniga is gonna get away with the position.
46 gets
Alicante
it.
is still a relevant factor.
Yanaga's starting to close up a little bit. If Yanaga can get around this 13, I think she will start to close a lot on the 91.
I can see that. Certainly not getting away from the cars behind, and that lap car causing problems for these drivers. But again, it'll be very interesting to see how lap cars play in, and of course, how the overcut plays a factor in things. Alcante is still there, but not many passes happening among this second through fourth group as they struggle to cope with this lap car here. Of course, remember the 13 did pit a lot later than our leader, so not a surprise to see a bit more of a challenge here for these cars.
Yanaga now has finally gotten clear for the second position. Alicia Burns still out front by a country mile right now, but we'll see how long she can hold that. Mika Harina on track has passed the 82. Obviously, she's still a lap down.
Yeah, still got a fast car for sure. Second through fourth again, line astern, and we'll see if that changes before they catch Alicia Byrne, but they're not catching Alicia Byrne right now. We saw they did for about one lap, and now they've lost pretty much everything that they had gained previously. Now nearly 3 seconds behind.
Well, the 91 is starting to close into some more competent lap traffic at the moment. But yeah, they're not gaining, not anymore. I think they may have worn a little bit of their stuff out battling each other here.
Mind that 60 car up there. That could potentially impede our leader.
And that could hurt Byrne.
Head down the straight. Not going to be the case quite as much, maybe. That's AWSCO, of course.
Clear.
Not that much trouble. Alcante is very high on the track there. Lost quite a bit of time. And coming around, that did help our leaders by a fair amount, but
Did help
that's
them a little bit.
more of an isolated thing. If they need lap cars to impede the leader to catch up, that really does not paint a good look for their race at this point. They need to figure something out and really challenge that 91, because they're not going to do that at this point.
It is before halfway.
Sure, but this is going to expose problems certainly for them to work out. This is when you need to figure out things that you like about your car that you don't like about your car, and make sure you get that right later.
They did gain a little bit that last lap. I'm not sure if that's going to be sustained here, but oh no, it is sustained.
Tell you what, they gain another 10th, so incremental gains. Not as much as they need at this point, but again, stops around 180, 185, and that'll shake things up again. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe more teams trying to opt for earlier stops.
I think maybe something, maybe it could just be the 91. May just, the thing is, the 91 hasn't really dealt with anybody. She hasn't dealt with any, cars on the lead lap battling her, so she hasn't had to wear her stuff down. She's just kind of been able to be smooth here. I wonder if that's kind of playing a little bit of a factor.
I can see that argument for sure. Gained 2 tenths that time, so the gains, they vary in their extremities, but certainly are consistent as the race goes.
46 is going to catch the 60 though. Not at the best spot, but
Not at the worst spot. The Ada Schliesenbach might pose a problem for Alicia Byrne up ahead.
yeah.
Yeah, that lap car did not help our second, third place cars back there, and AWSCO is going to almost squeeze a 62 up there. Certainly a bit dicey as far as high line versus middle line there, but the 62 will get by now.
91 still behind the 8 right now.
Now making that move past.
Well, trying to. '91, they're catching the 52 and the 93 here. And yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
That's
now
a
less
lot
than
of
2
gain.
seconds is the gap.
That's a lot of gain for the 46 now.
Oh yeah, side-by-side lap cars here. 2 Mercedes up against a Ford, and that is not what the 91 needs at this point. But remember, the 46 and others are going to have to deal with that too.
Well, there's not really a Mercedes that's even really close to the front of the field. I mean, the closest one is the 82, way back here, back in 6th spot.
Sure, it is a funny coincidence though, seeing as both those lap cars were Mercedes.
You know, Tabrizi Toleran up in 5th now. How about that? That's a great run. This is a good run for that 15 car. Something she absolutely needed. 91 is really struggling to get around the 8 though.
Yeah, they got around the 93 without that much difficulty, relatively speaking, but Schliesenbach is, I wouldn't even say chicane, more so just a brick up in front of the 91. That could change here. We'll have to see. Yeah, now they're still side by side, and the gap could be less than a second potentially here for the lead as we see the 46 continue to close in.
Yeah, 46 continue to close in. 91, I think, will finally get clear of the 8 here.
That was long overdue. If it is indeed clear, going to be close on exit. Is
Yes,
clear,
she will be clear.
but probably less than a second ahead of the 46 now. That was devastating to the lead. Yeah, 0.8 of a second.
Lap 167 here from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Alicia Byrne, Yenfi Yanaga, Halas Jukovic, Perry Alicantes. And then you have to go all the way back here. Tabrizi Toleran in the 5th spot. Pace Laniria, Abby Little, Bria Delade, Sophie Chantese, DeGabi Abriella make up the top 10. We've been great for about 100 laps now.
Yeah, this has been stellar green flag racing. I have to say, we've seen cars catch each other. We've seen cars pass each other. We've seen all sorts of different tire wear, different covers. It's been a lot of fun to watch. I'd personally rather have this than sheer chaos, but we've had our fair amount of incidents tonight too. So I think this is a very nice balanced race we have here, and I'll be interested to see how the next 2/3 of the race go.
Yeah, Yanaga continues to close, but now Yanaga's going to have to deal with getting around the 8 car here.
Yeah, Schliesenbach blocked big time down there. Just wants to be a menace on the track against these lap cars. Gonna be more forceful here, that 46. Already side by side. Half a tenth, or not half a tenth, half a second separating our top two. So I think more fortunate in this instance, even if Schliesenbach is still being a bit more of an obstacle.
Jukovic and Alacante's kind of still not too far back either here. The 62 and the 18 still at a decent spot. I mean, I guess if you're Harina or McJasmina, though, you're probably not too thrilled with this run going as long as it has. But with where they are on track, I think that if there's another caution and they get back in the lead lap, I think they'll feel fairly confident that they can make it back to the lead. Here comes Yanaga, 46 car, closing in on the 91 as we may see the fight for the lead heat up here very soon.
Yeah, gain a 10th that time now that there's no lap cars immediately in play. Since Schliesenbach has been passed, and there are no lap cars for pretty much an entire straightaway right now. So I think we might get pit stops before a lap car. So this is just straight up fight right here. Not 46 is clearly faster, but catching is very different from passing.
Yeah, it's been really difficult to make the passes stick around here. And we've seen them do it, but it's not the easiest thing.
Yeah, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It really exposes good racecraft and good ability to understand your car and place it in the right position to make that pass. If it's just given to you like a piece of cake, then it's really not that fun. It doesn't make your racecraft that much better. But if you have to work hard to make that pass and you make it stick, that really says a lot about how you can race as a driver. And that's what I've enjoyed about this event. The passes, what we've seen, have been very good, very impressive. Not just, here you go, your right pass, and then wait 3 more laps and it's passed again.
Yeah, it's not a proto plate track here.
Yeah, precisely.
Another shout out I want to give Yappy Malikson in the 23. She's got a little bit of right side damage, but she's in the 12th position. She's up close to the top 10. Yappy Malikson has run pretty well this season, and I think that it's worth giving her a shout out. How about as well, 10th place now changing hands, Jocelyn Nihale has taken that spot away from the 26, so points leader. Having a clean day.
Abby Little is in 8th, having a great day.
Yeah, Abby Little's up here.
Down to 7th, was running as high as the top 5 earlier, but has struggled a little bit on this longer run, as well as still see how the 55 adjusts to that, as we're still seeing the top 2 close to each other, but as has been the theme tonight, the 46 not quite able to pass, at least not readily.
46 has been using the high lane.
What have we got in the 82, Rashia?
Well, Madison, if there's any team that desperately needs a retool and a little bit of a reset from the next few weeks, it's that 82 team. Pacelin Yuria got off to a very strong start to the season with 3 top 10s in the first 5 races. I do remember her being way up in the points at that time, but since then she's had an absolutely rotten time with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 finishes outside of 30th and worse in the races since then, which have been 9 races. So she's had an absolutely disastrous time of things, and well, this is a team that desperately needs to hang on for a good result. Right now, she's doing a decent job running in 6th place, still working on the handling of the car a little bit, but there's plenty of time left to go, plenty of race left to go, I should say, and lots of chances, I think, to make up for that, as the 82 just keeps chugging along here, running in just outside the top 5.
we're going to see some pit stops starting. Yeah, there's a lap car coming down pit road. So we're going to see pit stops come in a little bit. So we're going to start seeing pit stops flow in here fairly soon here.
Yeah, certainly do need to emphasize that as we've reached lap 180. So these pit stops anytime now as we see WESCO on pit road. And those first cars that do come to the pits, I think, will be the ones who get that advantage because we saw overcut and undercut. They did equalize a bit near the end of the run, but still slight advantage undercut in my opinion. Might run it a bit long to lap 185, but whoever makes the call first will get everybody responding and everybody with their pit crews set up, their jacks ready to go, their tires all stacked up and everything, and that will be the call as we see Alicia Byrne go down the racetrack. I think she'll be the first to pit road.
Nope, not yet.
Not yet.
Wow, that was...
I think she was trying to fake the 46, but that could backfire. Did not get a good run through the corner.
That was so tight. She almost wrecked the 46 there trying to...
That was close call, yeah.
Trying to slide up.
That might have been a false flag to trick some other teams, but I don't know why you would do that. Just quite strange logic from that team. And now on the outside, so unless she just recklessly pulls down now, I don't know.
I mean,
not going to be the first to pit road, I don't think.
18 is.
Still waiting. Conte's coming in.
18's the first one down. Looks like the...
Might have also panicked and just not made it.
Looks like the 15's
15
down. On that fight for the lead, the 91 and 46, they might... It's very possible that these two come down together.
Now Berta's pulling low. I think this...
Yep.
Yeah, now she's coming to pit road.
Down pit road,
I think
the
that
91.
might have been a false flag the first time, and now coming in 2 laps
62.
later than desired, perhaps.
62 is in as well. Whoa, the 93 and the 20 made contact. Caution's out.
This is not a good break for those cars that went to pit road, is it? Wow. That was quite sudden. That is their first yellow in 120 laps.
If the 91 can get out of pit road here before the 46 crosses the start-finish line.
I don't know. We see the pace car ready to pick up the queue here.
If the 91 can get out of pit road before she gets lapped, I don't think she did, though. I don't think she did.
Oh.
Well, actually, she's going to be racing back still. I think.
And she'll take the wave around, I'd have to imagine, having just come to the pits. But certainly stressful for all those crew chiefs on the pit box.
All right, everyone, please be careful, Alicia. Alicia will stay on. 91 will stay on the lead lap, which actually I believe means that that's a very lucky break for her. 34 of Harina will be the free pass car.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, all our leaders who had not pitted yet coming down pit road as they're planning to just... Now it's going to be a busier pit road and a lot more risk of losing stops. And is Alicia Byrne the only... Okay, yeah, there's a few more cars on the racetrack, but Alicia Byrne, that is going to be very interesting to see how that goes. Alcante's the first one off. Alcante's was down previously. That is not a good break for
62 is going to win the race out. It'll be the 46, 55, 82. Well, the good news for Alacantes is she'll be able to take the wave around here.
That is still back of the pack, though, which is, sure, not a lap down, but that is still very unfortunate for sure. Had a car contending in the top 5 and is going to have to work very hard to recover that position. Thankfully, still got over half the race left.
34 was the first car a lap down at the time of the caution, so she will be waved around and take the free pass to get back on the lead, to get back officially on the lead lap. Jukovic out front of the 18. Or Jukovic is going to be the leader technically, I believe.
Yeah, we'll see what's happening.
Oh no, the 62 is also off the lead lap. So the 46 is the first one out. 46 is the leader, and then it'll be the 91, then the 55. Okay, yes, 46 is the leader. And the 64 is... Where'd she go? Oh, there we go. 64 is retired for a clutch issue, apparently. So...
I think was she involved in that wreck? I thought I saw the 64 collected in that.
I don't
And we'll see a
believe
couple more
so.
cars get sent back to the end of the pacing line here. Gonna get let past the pace car. And I'll be interested to see what happened because we saw, I believe the 93, yes, was one of those cars that was collected over in turn 4. Contact coming to pit road. So we kind of saw it happen, but I'd like to see in further detail.
See, right here. McJasmine is coming to the pits. Oh, Tosim is coming to the pits, and she just pulls down.
You just can't do that.
Yeah,
You cannot pit from the high line. That is unacceptable.
Especially when there's a car underneath you and you're already slow and damaged. Whoa!
Oh
The
yeah,
10 car.
and you saw the 10. Wow.
10 car, I think
What a save.
10 car got real loose trying to not run into them.
She had 2 handfuls there.
Well, lights are out, so that means we get the wave arounds in the top 10. Yanaga, Yenfi Yanaga, Alicia Byrne, Bria Delad, Case Lineria, Amani Wandayo, Abby Little, Yappy Malikson, Sophie Shantase, Michele Yatica, and Valicia Vancy. The top 10.
Yeah, and tell you what, Harina got the free pass, but McJasmine also lucky to get a lap back here. Those cars were fighting for it earlier.
Yeah. Well, we're pretty close to halfway. All right, green flag. Here we go. Back to racing in Charlotte. Yanaga has the lead. Here comes the 55 of Delot for the second spot, though.
Yeah, Delon had a good restart. Abby Little is in 6th back there looking to get into that top 5.
Delot looking for the lead.
Yeah, gonna have the inside here, and because of not 3 wide, she has a chance. The 46 gonna run probably higher than desired.
A little high.
Byrne is there
55.
to push her fellow forward out front.
Bria Delot has the lead at the line there, so that's a lead change.
All kinds of jockeying for position. Could be 3 wide, not quite.
Here comes, look at the
Close call, Abby
82.
Little cutting
Watch
off.
the 82 here. She's got a huge run up on
Yeah,
the top
that
side.
line. At least gonna gain 1 position, maybe 2 here.
18, Alicantes, I think might have had a penalty.
Yeah, possibly a restart violation, because that can get a bit frantic further back in the pack, and it's easy to make a dumb mistake back there, and that might have been what happened. Alcante's race really unraveling.
Here are all the cars that waved around back to onto the lead lap. Bria Delod now out front. Yanaga second. Yanaga's looked like a car that's been able to lead this race, but she just hasn't been able to keep the lead. Every time she's gotten it, it's just been one thing after another that's kept her from staying. And now the 55 of Bria Delaude has taken advantage on the restart to get back out to the front of the field.
Yeah, tell you what, the 82 was a score and a country mile behind before we saw these pit stops, but after this caution, able to make up ground up to fourth and could potentially be a factor if she can just keep that speed, keep the car under her, and catch up to the 46.91, etc. So a good turnaround for that team, as Rashi reported during the pit stop. Could be in the books tonight.
Yeah, Russia, what do you got on our points leader, Nihale?
Yeah, Echo, I'm here in the garage area. 64 teams looking at the gearbox of the gearbox area of the number 64 car. They fear that the clutch on that car must have just worn out or something like that, because she was having trouble getting off the line in the last pit stop, and I believe that part might have worn out to the point of no return on that last caution there. That's why they brought this car over to the garage, and I think that'll be the end of their day.
Well, Bria Delaude out front in the 55. Remember the 50. Now, the interesting note here is that the 55 won yesterday's race in the Continental Series with Deborah Williams. This is the same team, same sponsor, same. Well, I mean, it looks basically the same as the car that won yesterday.
Tell you what, we got quite the battle for third. The 82 did get by the 46, but that 46 not willing to just concede, wants to get back there and is going to make the move in
How about
the
three
inside.
wide here? How about 3 wide here for 8th? Wandayo, Handstrom, Chantasse. Look who's closing up on this is Sky and Jetta in the 16s. And Jetta started, and Jetta hasn't had the greatest race, but she's starting to make up ground.
And that 82 car got pushed up to the high line, which seems not to work, because you see Yapi Malkson in the 23 down there is on that quarter panel and is willing to make a move to get up into fourth. Just not quite yet.
Yannick third. How about Yappy up into 5th? I mean, she's just kind of climbed through the field this race.
Yeah, she was collected in that second caution for the engine blowing up on the 27, was she not? And able to work past that? Good job, 23 team.
Yeah.
Still 3 wide further back. A different collection of cars, but still some intense battling through the field.
Let's battle for 12th. Schliesenbach in the 8 car is a lap down.
The most enviable position.
She's a lap
Can't
down.
a lap down, but still fast. She's in the free pass position, is she not?
No, the 72 is.
No. A little ways back. Still able to prove that they have fast cars at least. Yeah, there's Janet Parkings there in the 72. And up ahead, the order pretty much established at this point. We'll see how that develops. Still a lot of battling further back, though.
Here's these cars. 16, and Jetta trying to get by for 10th. She'll take that spot from Chantasse. '91 Alicia Byrne sitting second, pole sitter. She's led quite a bit of laps.
They're approaching the lap car mighty quick here as we officially reach the halfway point, and that is Rachel.
Yeah, cross flags halfway.
I don't want to say anything, but this can be a trouble spot in the race, so we'll see what sort of insights we have when it comes time, as we see the 91 still there, still present and able to make moves, just the lot still leading at this point.
This race might have the most far out FanDuel fan picks, because there's still 300 miles left in this race, but half the race took us an hour 50 minutes. So, on track for a pretty we're on track to not run too late, and I think that's a great sign.
Battle for the top 5 further back. You see the 19 on the inside of the 23.
Yeah,
Fancy
Hamstrom.
at the top, though, going to take all those positions.
Hamstrom
And
has
more, potentially.
Hamstrom. The 19 car has been looking really strong in this run.
Yeah, she wasn't a name we spoke about much earlier in the race, but really able to vindicate that at this particular point and is battling for 5th at this... No, it's 6th right now because Vancy had that power move.
Yeah.
Was 7th, is now 4th. 3 positions in 1 lap is no small feat. And is clear of the 82. Well done.
How about Sky and Jetta in 9th, trying to take 8th from Wandayo.
Yeah, Shantae thought about it, knew better.
Looking like a pretty good race for Southwest Racing if you ignore what happened to the 42 earlier in the race. Gennaro having her issues. Obviously, that's taken her out of the race, but outside of that, I mean, McJasmine looks very fast right now. McJasmine has looked very fast for this race. And the 16 and 46 are both in the top 10 right now.
I mean, we're talking about the 42, and yes, there was a problem, of course, but even then, the 42's race was looking pretty promising up to that point.
Yeah.
Worked her way up to 11th and then gained more spots on pit road to nearly enter the top 5, was about to restart 6th, and then the issue happened, of course, but certainly insofar as speed from that Southwest Racing team, they're capable. There's no denying that on all their cars.
And Jetta fighting here with Malikson for the, what is the 7th position. Hanstrom and Yuri, that's for 6th. We're catching the 93 here is another lap car. All right, well, halfway in this race, probably the furthest we've been from the end of the race for the mid-race report, but you know what? It doesn't really matter. Let's throw it down to the FanDuel Fan Studio for Rasha and Liam. What do you two got down there? And don't bring out a caution, please.
Well, Echo, fortunately for you guys, I'm not driving one of the cars, and neither is Liam, especially. But then again, I don't think that guarantees that we won't get a caution either. So I think we'll just have to see what happens. Indeed, there's quite a few lap cars heading around the track.
Yeah, I mean, we're here. It's just the mid-race report. It's, you know, still a lot of racing left to go.
I mean, yeah, we still have a full continental race to go. There's a lot of...
Yeah, all of these happen at halfway, but this is the most distance between halfway and the end of the race that I think we're going to get outside of Talladega. And I mean, it's been an exciting one so far. We've had a few interesting cautions. Most of them happening on the front straightaway. I think all of them actually happening on the front straightaway today.
Yeah, the race has been really
some
good.
Great racing. The field's pretty strung out, but we got a cluster of cars.
Yeah, we're watching this cluster of cars. I think this is 7th all the way down to like 15th, I want to say. Just about, I think. Leading this pack of cars is Sky and Jetta in the 16 there. Second car carrying the torch for Southwest Racing here, and then you have this absolute gaggle of cars. You have both Inverness cars, I think, in here. You have 2 of the red cars at least, all 3, I think, if you count the 22. I'm not sure if she's on the lead lap. Yeah. Okay, so that's every one of the red cars. The 71, the 62 as well, I want to say. Yeah, the 62, who took that, who was on the tail end of the lead lap coming out of that caution. I think the 8 and 66 as well as here, and they've basically dragged the 82 in here as well. She got held up by the 93.
Working
so
around
this
the
is
lap car.
Yeah, it was working on the 93. That was the car that brought out the caution. This is an absolute big battle here. Lots of cars jostling for position, and this is the kind of racing you see we've been looking at Charlotte. It's definitely slow and methodical the way you pass cars, as long as you ignore the 23 being freight trained here. But
23's
23's figured it, yeah. But yeah, if there's no lap cars in the way, the racing has been slow and methodical, making passes. It takes about a lap or 2 to get that kind of run going. It's I think most of the drivers here are just kind of laying back a little bit, still giving as much room as possible. I think a lot of the cautions that have come out so far have really just been because of goofy incidents like we saw with the 93 trying to come into pit lane and the 27 blowing up. That's the kind of thing that kind of just unsettles a pack, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, this race, I talked about it right at the top of the show with the keys to the race being, not to make aggressive moves early. We saw, I think one of the first caution we saw where some cars got aggressive coming out of turn 4. That was really the only incident I've seen today that has come at the cost of some driver aggression. Everyone else has really been playing it cool. They know this is a long race.
Actually, there's a lead battle going on here because the 60s got held up the 55 a bit.
Yeah, everyone's been playing it cool, and we've seen minimal contact. I think everyone's been behaving well, especially compared to what we saw in the first half of the Continental race, and now we're past the threshold of even the total laps of the Continental race, so we're in uncharted territory here.
And the Cup drivers are certainly acting like the main event, I would say. And I think that part of that is just because they understand that this is a very long event. And obviously, Talladega is another 600-miler, but I think this race is probably, I'd say, even more grueling physically than that, just because this isn't a track you can just kind of full throttle at. But,
Yeah, this is a very technical speedway. We've seen the cars go over the bumps, and that... I mean, with these cars specifically, with how low they are to the ground, that's going to unsettle the car a lot. And we've seen it where cars have taken different lines through the corners every single lap, and that's just trying to control the wear on the suspension, the wear on the tires, just based on, going over all these bumps. This track has got an older surface, a lot of different ways you can attack it. We've seen cars attack the resin on the top lane. We've seen a lot of cars really strong on the bottom. We saw that with the 18 earlier in the race. Obviously had some less than stellar adjustments on pit lane. That car's now outside the top 10, but we've seen everybody make pretty much every lane work, and I think it's been really impressive.
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of resin on that top lane. We can see and we've seen some real banger moves coming out of that. We saw the 82 of Yuria use that on the restart to gain a lot of momentum. As we watch here, the 19 of Arlen Hanstrom, the second Mason Parker Motorsports car, has kind of joined this leading pack. And Hanstrom was a driver that I pointed out in the pre-race show. She's has quite a few good finishes at these intermediate tracks, I would say, and seems to be keeping that up. Mason Parker looked like a really strong team heading into this race. The 91, of course, has been running really well all day. We saw the 18 run well as well earlier on, and now we're seeing the 19 as well. Making her way up to the top 5. And what about that one car of Alicia Vancy, who's just sitting here? Long race to go for all of these guys, but MNC so far looking pretty decent with her running in the top 5 here, and the 71 of Abby Little in that second gaggle of cars. But as I say that, this pack seems to have also calmed down now, mostly running single file, and that's kind of the way it's gone for most of the race. You see some short to medium periods where you see a bunch of cars running 2-3 wide, kind of trying to jostle around for position, but then...
Yeah, as we see the 34 dive, maybe make it 3 wide.
Yeah, 3 wide, yeah. Ooh, 21 tried to close the door. That was aggressive.
Wow.
That was a late block by the 22. Couldn't get it done.
That was one of those moves that we saw in the Continental race that ended up resulting in a caution, and I think that's just really a testament to the skill level difference here in the Cup Series. I mean, even with some of these drivers less experienced on these speedway type tracks, there's a reason that they're in Cup, and it's showing today.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. Red Racing looking pretty decent as well. All 4 of their cars in the top 20 right now. You see that the 10 car of Stoneman, the last one of these 4 running in this at the end of this pack, and then the other 3 are all kind of in this somewhere. This pack comes up on another lap car. The 52 of Rachel Cole has been lapped about 20 times by now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the 10 car down in the AstroTurf during that last caution, trying to avoid it. So
yeah, that was a very close call.
Running well.
That was a very close call by that 10 car. That could have ended their race pretty early, but a good save from the evasive maneuvers she had to do, trying to at first I think avoid the caution, and then just I think got hooked by someone who wasn't entirely. Oh, pretty wide there. I said who may have not been paying attention. But yeah, things are starting to calm down now. We've kind of hit a bit of a lull right now, assuming nothing bad, nothing of note of goofiness happens. Uberman Enterprise, you see both of their cars here. They've looked pretty strong as well. Inverness Racing might be Inverness Racing. Inverness Racing is up here, but Uberman Enterprise is the team I'm talking about. My bad. Yeah, Uberman's cars right now 82. I want to say both of them are just outside the top 10 because the 92 is there. Oh, what? The 80 and the 8 I think is a lap down, but it's been running pretty well. That 8 car does have speed. I think he needs just a little bit of luck to get back on the to cycle back out on the lead lap. But we've seen speed from that 8 car in this race, and Yuri is starting to drop a little bit.
I would also like to point out, just not only this race, but across the race weekend, the Fords have been exceptionally strong. We saw in the Continental race, it was a couple of Fords battling it out for the lead right at the end, 26 and 55. Now we got the 55 leading this race. We had the 18 up front earlier. One car currently running 4th. 19 is also up front. Like it's been a day for those blue ovals, and it's been a weekend for those blue ovals. 91 as well. Like it's all Fords up front.
It's all Fords up front. Yeah, it's a Ford.
Whatever
top
went
four.
on in the whatever went on in the manufacturer meeting before this race weekend, it worked because they have been the class of the field in both races.
Yeah, and Dark Horse have been one of the best teams I think overall in terms of both series, I should say. The 2-car outfit here in the Cup Series have been kind of punching above their weight, I would say, with 3 wins this season already. As a 2-car team, they don't get as much of the economies of scale, I'd say, that the 4-car teams do. As we look at the 4-car team running behind them, the Mason Parker cars here. Handstrom looking to the inside of Byrne for 2nd here. But yeah, it's been a really, really good day for the Ford so far. We'll see if they can keep this up, but the pace has definitely been promising from most of the Ford camp, I should say, so far in this Dr. Pepper 600. We've seen quite a lot of pit strategy going on right now. It seems like the most vulnerable part of the strategy seems to be that pit cycle where you don't quite know whether or not you're gonna get a caution coming out either right before the pit cycle or in the middle of it. That's where 2 of our cautions have come in. I do wonder if you're a team, if you're a strategist or a crew chief, you're looking to kind of design the rest of the race. I'm not sure how you're going to approach that. That's a lot of risk assessment you're gonna have to do, I think.
Yeah, I mean, even with how sort of calm and spread out this field has been, it's still been extremely unpredictable in terms of when those cautions are going to come out, and they've come out at some really inopportune times for certain teams being on pit road, and other teams have played to the advantage of it. It's a dice roll to try and figure out when that caution's going to come out, and you never know, right? There could be one in the next 3 laps for all we know. Knock on wood that there isn't.
Yeah.
But you never know when a caution's going to come out at any racetrack, and especially in a long race like this, a wrench being thrown into your pit strategy at any point could really turn things upside down.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's something the teams have been paying attention, and I think it really caught their eye when we saw that caution in that in that first green flag. No, we did have a green. Did we have a green flag cycle? I've already forgotten.
We had a green flag run of about.
We were having our first green flag cycle. Technically, it was at the start of it, but I guess we didn't really go through it for very long. But yeah, I mean, things have been a little bit hairy at the pit cycles. Whenever these cars are gearing up for a pit cycle, it seems that something happens.
Yeah, I mean, we had that caution about 45, 50 laps into this race, and then we had one very shortly after, with the 27 blowing up. Then we had a really long green flag run, and then that 3rd caution came out during the pit cycle. So So we've had
I'd say something like this right now that we're watching in terms of just kind of a bit of a calm, longer run at least.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a real mixed bag in terms of when the cautions have come out. Midway through a green flag run, right at the start, or like right after going green again, and then one after an extremely long green flag run, midway through a pit cycle.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had a bit of everything at Charlotte as we watch the 55.
55
That's around
negotiating with
2
lap
lap
cars,
cars
yeah,
right now.
the 93 and 20. But the 2 lap cars are running at pretty different pace as well, and the MPM cars are just going to they're going to run into them side by side. They're gonna split the 93. That'll definitely work to Burns' advantage, Alicia Byrne, I think. Yes, the 91's advantage there because that outside the resin on the outside line really worked for her there. And now the 20 I think will be a little bit easier because she's by herself now and can stay out of the way.
Yeah, as long as the 20 stays up top through the quad oval here, it should be pretty easy to get by her.
By the way, the 16, 38, and the 38 have kind of caught on to these two. So I think the rest of the pack is slowly gravitating towards these two cars at the edge of the top 5. So that's something to look out for. Looks like the top 5 might be up for grabs for a lot of drivers here. We're slowly starting to see these cars that were in the top 10 battle already encroach upon these, including the 16 on her teammate, Yenfi Yanaga here.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing this in the previous run too, where sort of late into it when the tires wear out, all the cars that used up their stuff early start to fall back. The field starts to balance out, and we get a large group of cars together that we didn't see earlier on in the run. And we're seeing that now. 16 car, I mean, I had mentioned that in the pre-race show. Guy and Jet is a car that I think is going to be one to look out for as we get deeper into this race. She's made a run towards the front. Currently trying to make a move for the 5th position, work her way into the top 5.
Yeah, I'd say the Southwest cars have been pretty strong in the late runs. You saw that with the 46, and we're starting to see that with the 16, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, all of those Southwest cars are going to be something to look out for as we head deeper and deeper into this race.
Yeah, and speaking of going deeper into this race, I think it'd be a good time to start our FanDuel Fan Pick segment, where we highlight some drivers that we think are going to have a good shot at winning the race here. Liam, we'll start with you. We've been talking about a lot of teams here. I think trying to focus on one is going to be a bit difficult, and there's still plenty of racing left to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard to call it this early in the race, but I'm sticking to my guns, and I think Sky and Jetta's got a shot to really shake up what the Fords have had going on all race. She's been strong at these intermediate tracks. She's worked all the way up the field today. She started early and then started well early, fell back, and now she's worked her way back up through the field. She's been on the move, working with her teammate now. I think that 16 is going to be one to watch heading into the end of this thing.
All right, I think that's a good. That might be a good pick considering how strong these cars have. As I said, how strong these guys have been on the longer runs. If we get a long run, we might definitely see the 16 and 46 compete for that. And you did leave the 4 teams open. Though to be fair, there's a lot of 4 teams kind of running up front right now. I guess if I had to go with one of the 4 teams, I'd probably go with this car, the 19 of Arlen Handstrom. This is the car that caught my eye the most in the pre-race show. Has been strong on the intermediates, kind of notching top 10s all around. Looks really good here, and if we know that the Fords have pace right now, and almost 250 laps in. We'll see if that continues on as the night continues. But that 19 team looks particularly strong in my eyes. We'll see what their pit strategy has to say about that. I do think that even if we don't get too many green flag cycles, I think pit strategy is still going to play an important role, especially execution on pit lane. You still have to be fast, and you have to make the right adjustments as well. And that 19 team looks particularly strong right now. I think, and I'd say expect them to really make moves and start leading laps as this race goes on. All right, and with that, that'll conclude our mid-race report. And I'll take you back now to the booth with Madison and Echo's picks for the fan pick segment. And we'll be back to doing some pit lane reporting for you. Hopefully we'll see you guys in a bit.
Well, we're back here. Thank you, Liam and Rashia, for your time occupied here in the race that we've had so far. We're about 6% of the way. FanDuel fan picks, great question. There's still about over 150 laps left, I should say. A few more pit stops to take place, but I have my eye on Alicia Byrne right now, and she was leading at points in this race, certainly has been capable of running up front, is competitively in third right now, was on pole. So I think it's very possible that should there be a good undercut, a pit stop, which we've seen from both her teammate Perry Alicante's team and the 91, it's possible that she could take the lead, take advantage of it on maybe a shorter green flag run near the end, and win this race. What do you think, Echo?
I'm going to go a little further back in the field. I think I'm going to take the 34, Mika Harina. This car is very fast. She's been moving through the field for a while. She's moved up to 11th. Got stuck a lap down for a while, but on the last run, as a lap car, she managed to get herself in between a bunch of the top 5. So I think the 34, Mika Harina, is the one to watch here at this stage.
And I think those stops could be happening pretty soon.
Yeah, we are starting to hit the window.
So last had stops at what, lap 185? Yeah, this
180,
is the window.
around
right
180,
here.
yeah, 185 to 188, somewhere around there.
Yeah, so this is kind of go time right here. So within these next few laps, up to about lap 250, I'd say, that is when we're going to get our green flag pit
91's
stops.
in.
And then we should have... Yeah, we should have a couple more stops after that.
Yep, should be at least 2 more cycles.
And assuming it goes green all the way, which is not a safe assumption, but it's possible, seeing as we've gone very long green flag runs tonight. Before. It's very possible that we could have that last run be shorter, which will mean the undercut will be even more valuable.
I think there might have
Still waiting for more leaders to hit pit road.
There might have been contact between somebody to there. I saw
Yeah,
some
this can be a tough pit road. Oh, was it? Oh, yeah.
It was the 10 and the 21.
3 wide sometimes works here, but not always.
Okay, well, that's great.
Well, technically we're half past way.
Okay, do I have the export? I do have the export, but I did not have the export from after halfway. Alright. Well, for this brief delay, we're going to have to take you to the studio again here as we cover this delay here. Under the red flag here from Charlotte, as the rain has rolled back in. So we will be there in just we will be back in just a moment.
And welcome back to the studio for some form of weather delay that we're currently going through right now. Things are definitely... Racing has been paused for now due to many problems going on with the racetrack, I believe. Liam, are you here with us?
I am.
Hello, there you are. And yeah, not much going on. I mean, I think we were just at the beginning, just approaching the pit cycle when we were going to head off there. So
yeah, I mean we started the race late with some weather issues. Not a bit of a weather hold in the middle of this race, but this track's got lights, so
I have plenty of time. So
we got plenty of time to keep this thing rolling.
Fortunately, we just did our mid-race segment, so we've kind of gone through basically every talking point that we were looking to cover here. So I don't know what we're going to do, but we'll figure things out. We'll figure things out on the fly, I think.
Yeah, I mean-
we'll go through things.
Can we count that as our halfway caution?
Kind of. It's a red flag. It counts, sort of.
Yeah, I think that counts towards our halfway caution segment.
I think it counts through some form of technicality. So
We'll count it. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to make things up on the fly here, and this is one of those times. It's a long race, and this is going to offer these teams a bit of a reset. Especially those teams that were laps down. Obviously, here in AWSCO with these with our red flag rules, these drivers are allowed to, or these teams are allowed to fix up their cars if they've got damage under the red flag, and it's going to allow some of these cars with damage to get a reset.
yeah, I think so as well. I mean, let's see. I'm thinking potentially of teams that may have dropped quite a lot of ground on that time. I want to say maybe the 15 of Tabrizia Tolaron. That car was. I think she got caught out by the previous. The caution came out in the previous pit cycle, and kind of fell back. I think to the tail end because of that. But she hasn't really. She didn't really make up much ground. I think I was looking for her. I think she was running about 21st or so when we were doing our mid-race report. So that might be a team that's using this time to just kind of reset things and see what's going on. This is we do kind of work by F1 rules here at the under red flag, so teams will be looking to make changes to the car and what should I say it? Changes to the car and making setup changes and maybe trying to fix a bit of damage as we try to get the track back underway here.
Yeah, I mean these red flags with the damage repair that we allows teams to really fix up problems that they had that they can't fix on pit lane normally. I mean, we'll see cars that were missing, parts and pieces, bumpers and whatnot. They'll be able to, take some pieces off of their backup cars and put those on and get those things fixed up. So. Yeah. We'll see cars that were running in the back that didn't, weren't going to have the speed to continue really switch things around and get a second life in this second half of the 600 here.
Yeah, I was going to mention the 52 of Rachel Cole, but I feel like she might be a few too many laps down to really benefit from the pace increase. But she should be back. That 52 team will definitely be looking to make a whole host of repairs to that car, and as we see as we're seeing here from our point of view, we can see that definitely occurring as well. There's going to be quite a lot of laps down, but I mean, if we get a lot more, if you get a mess, if you get a complete mess and just get a lot of cautions, well, you never know, I think. But
yeah, I mean, with this reset, we might actually see a few more cautions. Everyone's going to be on an equal playing field, so there's going to be a lot more cars in contention. And some of those cars at the back who weren't in a strong spot when this inclement weather hit, I think they're going to really get a chance to get aggressive in this second half of the race and really push towards the front. We talked about the keys being don't be aggressive early. I think that's going to go out the window here. We were around lap 250 when we got put on this lightning hold, and I think with 150 laps to go ish, when we go green again, it's going to be a time where drivers are really going to start ramping it up in terms of how they attack this racetrack.
Yeah, we'll see what that does for the track the track itself as well. And seeing how the drivers we know how the drivers tackle the track beforehand. We'll see if this kind of break also kind of resets their mentality as effectively we've gotten a clean break in the middle, right after the middle of the race, I should say. And now the race is effectively going to be, a 250-mile sprint, relatively speaking?
we're gonna get slightly less than what we got in the Continental race, which means that, especially by, Dr. Pepper 600 standards, this is going to be a sprint race. This is going to be a real just dash to the finish. We're gonna get one, maybe two pit cycles in this, so not a lot of time to adjust the car if you don't get it set up right on this restart. And these teams are really going to have to look out for making sure that the car is in tip-top shape and ready to go for this last drive to the finish here.
Yeah, I will. Well, as we start to recover the track here, hopefully we'll be underway soon, as we are being informed that the drivers are getting ready to get back in, at least to be ready for the signal to fire the engines back up if whenever necessary.
And, you know what? I think the good news about this weather hold is that we didn't really get a lot of rain on the racetrack, so it's not going to affect the track surface.
Yeah, it's a pretty quick one.
It's it was mostly just some lightning in the area. I think that's cleared up. It's gotten past the racetrack, and we should be good to go in a few minutes.
Yeah, fortunately, we are not following federal laws or whatever it is that require a 30-minute lightning hold, or else we might be here for a very long time. Anybody watching the FIFA Club World Cup will also know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's gonna pass. It's passed relatively quickly, and I think it was a concern of some weather in the area. Some rain did come down. The lightning didn't get close enough to the track that it was the main issue. It was the rain, but it was only in a small section of the racetrack, so we won't have lost a lot of that rubbering in that we had, and I think we got really lucky with where the clouds hit us here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to affect the grip levels a little bit, but it shouldn't do it too much, I think. And hopefully that means these drivers are going to be able to continue to showcase their talents, these cars are able to go really fast, as we saw in the first half, 60% of the race, I want to say. And hoping the racing is just as good at the end as it was in the beginning.
Yeah, we're coming up on about 10 minutes into this rain delay here. The concern of lightning was gone. There wasn't any lightning. We just we saw some headlights off in the distance that I thought might have been lightning. I think I'm just getting tired. No, the hold is for rain. We got some rain on the back straightaway. They're drying that exceptionally quick. It was just a small sprinkling, but it was enough that they decided to call these cars down to pit lane.
Yeah, at least just as
especially with these worn out tires and the problem area that we had in turn 3. They don't want them slipping and sliding in there. So
yeah, important just to have
it was
precaution.
About 10-15 minutes here. Not a crazy, like a 2-hour drying session or a 30-minute lightning hold. Just something to get these cars sort of reset and ready to go. And
fortunately, I don't think anybody's stolen the lights under the brake, so we should be back underway relatively soon. I think we're getting we should be getting the signal that the engines are. Not yet. Should be at least a few minutes away from getting the signal that the engines are going to be fired up. So not too long now before we start getting before we start seeing cars back out on track, I should say.
Yeah, and I mean, when we said it was a bit too early to call our FanDuel fan picks, I think I don't think we were expecting some rain on the back straightaway to really flip things around.
This really does change everything up. It's gonna throw everything into question now, with everyone being able to make big wholesale changes to the cars. Now teams are gonna be a bit more bold and more likely to really shake things up. So.
Yeah, I mean, our these FanDuel fan picks are I've sort of really been thrown out the window. And
A bit, yeah.
if I could make another one, I would, but I'd also wait until we get some laps in to really.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think we'd really know who's really made the right changes
really
in their cars.
strong.
Yeah, it's gonna be a whole Pandora's box here. Nobody knows what's going on. Like everyone thinks they've made the right changes and they're gonna be really fast, but who knows what's gonna happen? I think if anything can break the Ford stronghold at the front that we were seeing, it's definitely this. And I don't think the Ford teams were were happy to see that and see all the other teams all the other manufacturers, let's just say, making big changes, big swings at the car setups. And we'll see if they can keep the advantage that they had in that first half of the race. It's still going to be a four-car Ford deadlock at the front, but the 16's gap has effectively been erased. The gap to the 16 has definitely been erased.
Yeah,
so
I mean, all the
everyone's a bit more
gaps,
on equal
the
footing, I
2
should say.
second, 2 second, 4 second, 10-second gaps that the leaders had over other strong drivers in the field has really been erased. It's gonna be a fresh restart. It's gonna be, essentially as if a caution came out. But the difference is everybody's got a fresh race car now, and that's gonna really shake things up a lot here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yeah, and hopefully we get back to things very soon. I think we are getting the signal to take it back to the booth now, so I guess we'll be doing that. Thank you for sticking with us here in the unexpectedly fast return to the fan studio for that weather break. I'll take you back over to Echo and Madison's coverage of the race, and yeah, we'll be back on pit lane. Hopefully, we'll get there this time before we're called back over to the studio.
Yeah, welcome back here to Charlotte Motor Speedway. We have an unfortunate weather delay, but we should get things back. We are getting things back rolling. One of these cars just came down the pits just to top up a little bit. So,
Yes.
Byrne got the lead back because she had pitted prior to the red flag and stayed on the lead lap. And when everybody pulled down pit road to get tires changed and all that, the 91 stayed out. Then we had the red flag. Now they've all come back down just to top up on fuel a little bit. Perry Alacantes received the free pass. Perry Alacantes received the wave around under the red flag, so she's actually cycled up into second, and Angeli Rugatino chose to stay out. So the 96 car is now the leader.
Yeah, and tell you what, I'll be interested to see exactly how all this shakes out with this big shakeup in the running order. Of course, we still have some in the general vicinity of the front, like the 91, and of course, Bentier's making moves out the pack and is even higher than she was previously, but certainly some names we haven't seen up here in a while, like Misfortune before this red flag for weather and has redeemed that since, and Rugatino really not a factor in this race at all, and now very, very relevant. So I'll be quite interested to see how this develops.
So every car that was a lap down has been returned one of their laps under this yellow. But not a lot of cars are off the lead lap now. So, still a decent bit of time left in this race.
I mean, yeah, we have like what? When we get back to green, a little bit more than 150 laps to go. Yeah, this is as long as some races are in some cases, just about. So, plenty of time left to decide this, and yeah, gonna be really something to watch here. We had cars that, again, got back onto the lead lap as a result of good fortune with the red flag and just some savvy moves in general, have put themselves in different positions. Had some cars that have downgraded their position as well, so it's gonna be a lot of fun, I think, seeing how this goes. And FanDuel fanfics, I don't think we expected a red flag to really change this much.
I think an interesting one to look at. I think the 16 Sky and Jetta might be interesting to watch here, just because she's kind of in an interesting spot. I think she's run very well. You know, I think she's up here towards the front. She's got a good look here in this one. Yania Waterton is a lap down. Because she cycled in between the top 10, she will actually take the wave round next time by. You know, because of how I do the restart, 13 will be lap minused, just so that and we have an issue. The 6 car of McJasmina.
Yeah, engine's gone. That's a shame. Got
That's
back on the lead
very
lap,
unfortunate.
with a caution earlier and was showing some speed. Was running in the top 5 earlier in the race, and that's all for naught now. What a shame.
Unfortunate for McJasmina.
Probably day done.
Definitely day done. Because of how this ends up looking, the 13 is going to get credited with a lap lead. I will remove that.
It's going to be Rigatino and Alcantes with Alicia Byrne behind. Those will be our top 3 on this restart. A name that we haven't really spoken much of today. A name that we did, of course, had those troubles, came back up, and Alicia Byrne has been relevant all day. The pace car is in, and we are ready to resume after a rain delay.
Here we go. Back to green. Green flag. Back out. And the 18 already looking underneath. And Alacantes has taken the lead away from Rugatino. 18 car now out front as the... Never mind. I'm seeing things.
Well, it's a long race. You're definitely not the only one here to see things, but yeah, still got 3 wide, which has been a theme throughout tonight. And as far as these last 150 laps and then some goes, it'll be exciting to see where they go from here. And gonna be interested to see how the battle for the lead looks once everything is sorted out as far as timing and scoring goes.
I'm trying to remember who's on what lap here.
Who's on first?
Rugatino takes it back out front. 96 car back to the lead. Here comes the 19, Handstrom.
Alicia Byrne is there as well in fourth, trying to take third back. Is Handstrom getting by Upton to second now, should that move stick? Conte's doing good work on the outside, but not enough to take second decisively. Could be enough to keep this battle going, though. Here comes Youngwei Cooper position, trying to enter that top 5 and then some.
Look at the 38. She looks pretty good right now.
Well,
They're going to be
making
4
That's
wide.
okay.
That's...
That'll be a sustained 4 wide down the backstretch.
And I don't know how, but that
They
is
survived. Good stuff.
lucky they managed to make it through that.
That's what Alicantes wanted because, again, running that high and with those 2 cars below you disagreeing with each other, that enables that highline to reach its full potential.
So Rugatino with the... Rugatino holding the lead. Handstrom up into second. I want to see if that 19 can maybe make something happen here.
Here comes Youngwei Cooper third.
For that fight for third. They have a fight for the lead here soon. Here comes Handstrom in the 19. Down on the inside on Rugatino. Liam, what's up?
6 car has come down pit lane, is out of the race. Not what you want to see on a reset like this. They're saying it's a gearbox issue. I'm not sure if there was an issue going up through the gears on the restart, or if it was something to do with, you know, shutting the car off for the red flag and then firing it back up rather soon after. But a long race like this already has some mechanical wear and tear when you throw in some of these wild card moments, like a red flag. Something's bound to happen, and unfortunately it struck for the 6 of Giami McJasmina here. So, rough break for that team.
The 10 car might have spun again in turn 4.
10 car on pit lane. I'll get an update on that when I can.
18 car of Alicantes was all the way down on the curbing of the infield road course here, trying to get around the 1 car of Vancy.
Yeah, is not gaining ground here. In fact, she's dropped to 6th at this point, so kind of similar to what happened earlier after having been in 2nd for a time. Under pressure from Shantase now and others. Mika Harina, they're on the run.
Yeah, I think the 34, I mean, this car was really fast, you know, earlier on.
Right, and she was a lap down as well for much of the race, and got it back through the free pass, and fortunate to make up this position. Now in the top 10, really goes to show that this is a very long race, and if there's anywhere you can make up that kind of recovery, this is it right here.
I realized I forgot to put the 93 laps down. Oops. I almost rigged it. Sorry, guys.
Oh, we knew you were gonna rig it. You just had good conscience not to. Done well off the pace. I'd like to see it happen to that 10 car. He had a hint that maybe something happened on the track, and
Well, she crashed my game
what
last
does Liam
time.
have to say?
Well, she crashed my game last time, so...
Yeah, sure. What does Liam have for a report on the 10?
Got a report on the 10 from when they came down pit lane. There was some damage to that race car. We saw the tire marks in turn 3. There was some smoke there, and I think it is a similar situation. 10 got loose up into the wall and then brought it back down pit lane to repair the damage. We're going to take a look at it right now.
31. Oh, 31. Happeman got into her and then Yukovic.
Luckily not a caution, but another incident involving that 10 car in turn 3, and now the 62's on pit lane repairing that damage as well.
Yeah, I'm sure Soma would have rather it be a caution so she could get that damage repaired a bit more efficiently without as much pressure to get back out and run laps. But fortunately for everybody else, we kept it green.
Yeah. '62's exiting.
Young Ku on the move. She is battling for second now, not number 38 half-line car.
How about the 38? Oh man, this is really hairy. Really sketchy back there.
Dicey back here. That's going to allow Venti to pull away some.
Rugatina still maintaining the lead, though. I mean, it just looks like, you know, clean air is very, very important.
Wide.
3 wide back here. There's little fighting within Jeddah for a position.
The lap car Yukovic able to make the highline work, continuing to inconvenience some of these cars back here.
Irina Tosima.
93 car.
She's 2 laps down, but she's up here in this mix. If she can get up to the leaders and maybe you know, try and race her way get back into getting 1 lap back. I think she'd be happy with that.
Can't blame her. I mean, after all, certainly getting back up there and proving your car is fast, even if you don't get all your laps back, is a good sign of things to come, I would think.
She had damage earlier on in one of the early incidents, and then she's managed to you know, they fixed that up under the red flag. And she's back out on the track. You know, the fight for the lead up here. Oh, it's more of a fight for second right now. Handstrom's hanging on to second. Ku is in third. And then fourth on back is all over the place. Look at this mess. This is for fourth right here.
Wide for the back once again. This time it's Abby Little on the top after having been on the bottom previously. Yukovic also in that mix after being the one on the top of 3 wide beforehand.
There we go, 3 wide. Looking at how Arena's looking underneath. Battling up here, lap 267. Here in the Dr. Pepper 600. Yatika hanging on to 4th spot right now. about the driver that led most of that last run, Bria DeLodge? She's sitting in 8th spot right now.
Yeah, was
Kinda
in a
drop-
great position to potentially win this race before the
She
red
slipped
flag, or
back.
at least finishing the top 5, but mired back a little bit.
Yeah, she slipped back a little bit. Youngwei Koo's gotten around Handstrom for 2nd. So, yeah, we may see the Ford stranglehold be broken up a little bit because the 38 is up here. Alicia Burns slipped back a fair bit, back to 13th right now. Battling with Sky and Jetta for that position. 62 still.
Osikovic still a lap down, but is able to battle with these cars here, so not slow. Certainly a bit of an obstacle, though.
Yeah, a little annoying for some of these cars.
Same with the 93, in fact.
Yeah. I
In
think
fact,
some of
those
the,
two are going to be side by side.
I think some of the repairs they've made on those cars are make them looking smooth. We saw the 71 and the 1 nearly make contact there. Those are teammates, so MNC Racing trying to get a good run, and I don't think taking each other out of the race would be a good run.
Yeah, I don't think the car owner is going to be too happy about that either, because that is more money out of his pocket if he has to repair race cars instead of making them faster.
Irina in 5th, trailing the 92 here for 4th. 10 car, really slow.
Yeah, that damage from earlier was not insignificant, and not having that much time on pit road to repair it either. At risk of losing many, many more laps.
Caution is out.
Caution!
Oh, we got a spin down the front straightaway. It's one Dio
Oh,
in the
careful,
21.
Wow. Everybody did a great job to avoid that afterward. I was so scared that some of those cars were going to hit the car stalled up there, but thankfully everybody had their wits about them.
These cars are going to be racing back to the start-finish line.
Courteous enough not to fight for a position right now, and the 96 is still your leader.
Fastest lap I had from the first run was, I think, a 28.2, so this won't count unless it's faster than that.
I think we'll see takers on pit road this time. How can we not?
Free pass car will be the 60 of AWSCO. And yeah, I think everybody's going to come to pit road. 4 tires, fuel here. I think that's a given.
Yeah, we'll have 130 laps left from here, so it's either going to be everybody stretches it to one stop and we all get fuel mileage, or everybody plays it absurdly conservative and we get 2. There's also more cautions, which means more opportunity for teams to change up their strategy, to stretch out things as far as fuel goes, and we're really in for a treat as far as strategy goes.
Only the 5th caution of the day so far. Not a great stop for this 96. It's going to be the 38 Koo that wins the race out. Yatica is going to move to 2nd. Rugatino and then Harina. Going to make up the top 5, exiting the makeup. That's going to make up what the top 4 is on pit exit. So how about the Korean driver, Youngwei Koo, now out front of this field. I mean, Gulf Racing's built some fast cars this year. They just haven't really had the luck to finish out these races, but Youngwei Koo looks really fast at this stage of the race. So we will see cars in between. We will see lap time cars in between the lead in between the top 10. They will get the wave around when we take one to go.
Yeah, I'd like to see what happened involving the last caution that we just had there with the 21 that was.
21 Amani
Of course,
Wandayo.
one in the quad oval.
Racing with the 16 of a
Here we
Jetta.
have contact with another car. Not clear.
Yeah, not clear. I think she tried the slide job and it just wasn't
Oh my
clear.
god, yeah. I think the 46 might have clipped her, but very lucky that there are no major points of contact after that.
Well, we'll see if we got long runs to the end or not here. Only the 5th caution of the day so far. And the 4th for incident.
Aside from the red flag, of course, which
well, yes, that's why I said that. That's why I said the 4th That's why the 4th for incident.
Okay, so that one does count as yellow, the red flag.
Yeah.
Noted.
Okay, top 10. Ku, Yatica, Rugatino, Harina. Handstrom. Little. Vancy. Yiria. Dalad. And Malikson. Cole Y. There you go. It'll be Youngwei Ku who restarts with the lead here. But for how long can she keep that? Because these restarts have been the best opportunities to make the pass for the lead. Green flag, here we go. Yatica dives down to the inside. 92 car looking to take the point. And she may very well get it here, but how...
Rugatino's there waiting to pounce.
Yeah, here comes the 96. 38 going to try to use the high line. Can't get the run. Yatica now going to be out front at the line. And when these tires are fresh and new and they're all bunched up, this is the best opportunity to get that fast lap.
And positions on track as well, because we've seen later in these runs, as of course is pretty obvious, like, yeah, you have so much difficulty passing another car. You can catch like another car, but passing is totally different, so make up these positions while you can.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ku tried to close down and make a Harina there, but spotter said not clear, and she had to go up some. Not that the high line is necessarily a punishment, but pretty close back there for sure as far as the 38 goes. Down to third after being in the lead off of pit road.
How about Abby Little up into 4th spot in the 71 car? She looks pretty good right now.
Yeah, we thought the top 10 was something, but 4th is incredible for that race team. In fact, the highest of all those cars on our team, considering the one as well.
Rugatino to the inside. 96 goes for the race lead. I think she's going to be just clear. Yes, she is. Rugatino out front, 92 with a crossover. There comes
Gonna walk up the
Koo.
track slightly.
Koo gonna make it. Oh, I thought she was gonna make it 3.
Might have thought that there was more momentum with a wider exit, but that is not the case. Abby Little is now going for that 3rd position. Mika Harina going through the middle on the field.
Harina through the middle 3 wide. There was contact there between her and the 71.
Nothing huge, they just bumped. But yeah, these moments are getting crazier and crazier throughout the pack.
Well, it's coming down to it. Logica trying to hang on the outside against Koo. Here comes Abby Little, 3 wide bottom.
That's
Oh,
gonna play well for
38.
the 92.
38 and
They're walking up the track
92.
together.
38 washed up into the 92. That could have been bad.
They're a few inches from disaster, but that worked out very well for the 92. Again, that high line just so grippy, especially when they're 3 wide.
Harina fighting back here with Handstrom. But now, back out front, it's Rugatino. Second place up for grabs again, the 38. Yatica holds on to second. I think the more interesting note is up at the front, in the front 4 positions, all of these top 4 are from 2-car teams. And Rugatino's going to get held up big time by the 10 here. That's going to let the 92 close. Yataka's going to get the lead here.
Oh, easily. That was so bad that it cost her not just the lead, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th, possibly more than that. Eddie Stillman definitely off the pace, and it is showing right here. They're 3 wide, and now Rugatino gets around the lap car, but that is far, far too late.
Rugatino trying everything she can to get back up here. Koo looking to the inside on Yatica for the race lead. 38 got a great run through 1 and 2 there. She's
Abby
gonna
Little up to
drive
3rd,
deep.
trying to take 2nd.
Koo deep into 3 and 4, and she's got it back. 38 now once again in front.
Rugatino 3 wide top. That is a good thing on this end of the track, and on the other end of the track too, typically. Yappy Malks, and of course in that picture with Mika Harina.
Now the
That
23 is here.
96 able to make the top work and will keep pouring.
Here comes Little for second.
Good run on the bottom beside the 92 is side by side, was a nose clear off the corner. And that is going to invite Rugatino back into the picture. The 92 running high again. Not advantageously so. I think Little is about to be clear before
71
long.
can't clear. Not yet. We'll see if she can get it
Close.
here through 1 and 2. She's cleared through 1
Now
and 2.
she's clear. Took a straightaway, but she did it.
That 92 just isn't strong in the long run.
I think that's also a testament to the low line getting that a little bit better than the high line. Of course, the rain washing a lot of that rubber away, and of course that does have an impact on that resin because you can run up in it, but it takes a while to come in. So
Yeah, you gotta.
things after this restart getting a little bit different as far as track conditions.
Resin's got to rubber in a bit.
Yeah, for what's left anyway. The rain could have washed away some of that.
Yappy Malikson in 5th. You got Harina in 6th. How about Yania Waterton in 7th? Look at the recovery she's had to get back up here.
Yeah, wasn't she tail end of the lead lap when we went back to green?
Yep.
And up into 7th now? Great
Yeah.
drive from the 13.
92 trying to hold the top lane against the 96 now. Abby Little is here on the 38.
Yeah, tempted to make the move, thought better of it, and is definitely a threat at this particular point. But is this just going to be the same trend that we saw previously where the leader can get there, or the second place car can get there, but can't get past the leader? Or is this going to be genuinely a move for the lead? Very interesting to see how these things start as we approach 100 to go.
I think they're going to start getting more aggressive as this race goes on. As we start to approach the tail end of this one. Little looking underneath, and I think the bottom lane has just a little more momentum. I mean, the top lane has more momentum, but I think the bottom lane you can just roll it better through the corner.
Yeah, certainly more of an even match now with track conditions having changed some, obviously.
Here comes
Rigatino,
Rigatino.
though, is going to make the move for second before Little can make the move for the lead.
That could give Little the momentum she needs to make the move for the lead, though.
Yeah, so if she plays her cards right, she can do a crossover here. Not going to get there, though, and Rigatino is still a threat.
Yatik is going to take him
taking
3.
it 3 wide. That is exactly what Little needed.
Little will hold second. How about Andrea Davison in 8th spot? How about DeGabby Gabriella in 10th? Remember, she got involved in that incident with Tosima entering the pit road?
Yeah, started on the front row, then fell back. Of course, you mentioned that incident on pit road, which is... Yeah, that was her 3rd caution on the day, and now back in the top 10, so good run for that 20 team to recover like that.
Yeah.
Fight for second, ferocious as ever.
96 once again down to the bottom. And don't wait for next week, because next week it's high action. We got the short track at Saint-Eustache in Quebec, and then in the Cup Series, Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal for the Videotron 400. It will be a really fun show next week in Montreal, I think.
Yeah, I think the 13 is doing the best impression of Kevin Harvick right now, because where did she come from? She's up into 4th and was chasing down both Little and Rigatino for positions beyond that. Like, that is truly incredible. Whatever they did to that car, even despite being tail end of the lead lap, clearly one of the fastest, if not the fastest car on the racetrack right now.
96 might try to pin the 38 behind the 10 here. That's exactly what she does.
That's a smart way to race. Ironically, she got pinned behind the 10, and now pins another driver behind the 10. And we just talked about the 13, and is now held up by that 10 car. Loses all that position that she was making up in the last few laps.
Now the fight for second between Little and Koo.
Yeah, still Little. Now it's just Rigatino and Youngley who have swapped places on the track.
How about Gabriella moving up through? She's got up into here. Whoa, that's...
Flipping up. They keep it straight.
Oh, no, she doesn't!
Oh, no.
Down into the apron, saves it!
Save.
Great save by Gabriella to
She's not
keep
gonna
that
lose
car...
That many positions either.
Kept that thing righted. Wow. And you know what that is?
Coming to 99 laps to go this time, and that was incredible. Almost out of caution.
That's that extra pavement.
Gabriella, that is save of this season, perhaps.
Caution's out. Oh, that's not a save. 91, Alicia
Certainly
Byrne.
not.
Audie
Stuntman
Stoneman.
involved. Must have been turned by a faster car. Caution is out once again.
But then 20 save, the 20 saving it there. That's that extra pavement they put down on the backstretch. Down on the apron.
The top two decided at the line, and now the rest.
That's that extra pavement that they put down on the back straightaway. They've widened out the backstretch apron just a little bit to help the cars make up ground, and it really showed right there.
Yeah, you say new. When was that put in? Because that was, at least as far as I remember, there's always been some pavement down there on that apron.
Yeah, but they extended it out. Yeah, it is new. Because the apron was widened for the ISRC race here. Well, there's a lot more action in this stage of the race now. '98 of Ajarsaraj should be the free pass car. '71 wins the race off pit road. Put Little out front. Koo, Rugatino, Yatica, Malikson, Davison, Waterton, Abriella, Alacantes, and Paislan Yiria. Well, 100 laps to go. This should make it a very clear one stop to the end from here. What happened with the 10 and the 91?
Oh,
they went
four
four
wide
wide.
at the exit of the corner. You can do it on entry, kind of, sort of, but not on exit. Oh,
34 just hooks the
Stoneman came
10.
down.
10 comes
That would
down.
very much- well, that
91.
involved our pollster. What a shame, Alicia Byrne.
91 got the worst of it. 52,
Yeah, aside
Rachel
from the 10,
Cole.
of course. Yeah, 52 retired, actually.
Yeah, the
So I'm not
52.
quite sure the 91 got the worst of it, but certainly did get quite some damage.
Well, the 91 retired as well, so.
Oh, she did too, okay.
Well, it's that second half chaos from Charlotte. And I think it's starting to kick in now. Liam, what happened on the 52?
Got an update on why the 52 retired from the race. You couldn't quite see it on the replay, but the 52, Rachel Cole, she just grazed the front of that 91 car, knocked the right front tire loose, and there's no fixing that once you get that wheel knocked right off where it's supposed to go. So they took it behind the wall, and they're done for the day.
Oh, very unfortunate.
Yeah, bad day gone worse for the 52, and for Alicia Byrne was a contender for points and had misfortune throughout this run and night over.
Let's watch this
Yeah,
save.
here's a replay of what happened to the 20. Was walking up the track and ooh,
18 just got into her.
Alcante. I think we talked about the relations between those two, and certainly a demonstration of the 20's talent, but probably not some very good feelings between those two.
If you like drivers low in points winning races, I'd be little as 35th. Youngwei Ku is 26th. Michele Yataka is 29th. So those three drivers, if any of those three were able to take the win here, that would absolutely, well, it would save their season, frankly. Lights are out on the pace car. Little, Ku, Yataka, Rugatino, Malixon, Davison, Waterton, Abriella, Alacantes, Yiria, the top 10. For this restart here. Less than 100 laps to go. Now's when the ante's gonna up here from Charlotte. Pace car's off. And back to the green flag. Here we go. Already, here comes Ku looking to the inside for the race lead. Already, here comes Rugatino. Here comes Malixon on the bottom. 38. Back to the front. But for how long? Here comes the 96.
38 car is going to be clear this time and should take the lead, bar anything
Ooh.
silly happening.
96
Pretty
just
dicey on exit there.
96 just barely got clear of the 71.
Little wanting to make the move again to retake second, but not able to do that.
I think the fresher the tires are, the better chance you have to make a move. And I think that's why we see in the early run so many moves get made, but in the late run it just doesn't happen like that.
Yeah, and certainly when we have restarts like this, that's with everybody being bunched up, because everybody's right there. You can make up spots so easily.
Yeah. Gappy
And Johnson is
Malixon.
doing the fourth.
Malixon looks for fourth. I don't think she's going to be able to get the momentum, though, to have it. 82 trying to get around on the high side of the 20. You got the 71 looking
Little trying
underneath the
for
96.
second again.
Little wants second. She drove it really deep into 1 and 2. You're going to be side by side off.
Yeah, if this
96.
goes on like this for much longer, it might be like Sisyphus pushing that boulder as Little slots into third once again.
Yappy Malixon 5th. There's a battle. There's a good battle back here. There's Yiria, Gabriella. How about Janet Parkins in the 72? She's been mired well back this whole race, but she's managed. You know, she got the free pass on the caution on the red flag. Managed to get back up here. She's back up on the lead lap, and now she might even be fighting for a top 10 fairly soon. You gotta admire the resiliency it takes to run here, because there's finishing the race, and then there's running to win even when you have problems and setbacks. Ku out front still. Rugatino trying to run her down. Little, Yataka, Malixon, Davison all look like they have strong cars. There's Perry Alacantes in 7th, battling with Waterton for that position. Little looks to the inside on Rugatino. Not gonna have it here.
And again to no avail.
She made that move so late that Rugatino really didn't have to do anything. Malikson looks for fourth. Her teammate actually stuck with the 92, didn't help the 23. Never mind, her teammate's going to take it 3. That's so tight. That was almost contact between those two again.
Yeah, I was afraid they're going to try and make 3 wide too, and we have another caution, but thankfully these drivers are a bit too smart for that at this stage in the race. We have 85 laps to go. The laps are really ticking down at this stage.
Laps are really ticking down in the Dr. Pepper 600 here from Charlotte Motor
They're 3
Speedway.
wide.
3 wide there. How about Parking's battling Yuria for 10th? Yenfi Yanaga's back here as well. Little trying to get them run on the 96 into 1 and 2.
Yeah, and this is just never going to end this battle for second at this rate. Either Little just needs to give up and at least submit third at this point, or just take it at this time, but you just can't do that. They're just going to be set in battle as long as we know. Certainly the tires are going to play a big role here, as well as whenever that last pit stop is.
And the last stop will probably be around 50 to 40 to go, somewhere around there. Malikson slips up. Here comes Davison trying to take this spot. 2 teammates at Red Racing. Good Alicante still fighting off Waterton back here. Then the 2 Team Flurvent cars. Gabriella and Parkings. Little looks inside again.
Yeah, these two have closed back up again on our leader, Youngwei Ku. Was able to get something of an advantage beforehand, but is starting to have that eaten away just a touch. But as these cars battle here, that will enable the 38 to potentially pull away further. These cars...
How about the 22, Andrea Davison? She's really making moves.
Yeah, closing in on this battle for second. Could even take a few positions herself if Little can't get by, but insists on trying. Already closing up to the 71. Is in prime position to pounce within a few laps.
22 managed to get by the 92, you know, with... 22 managed to get by the 92 on the bottom lane, so she's made that stick. Now she's going for third. Trying to get underneath Little. 71's just going to have the momentum on exit. 22 will have to slip back in. '71 really wants to make the move.
Yeah, there's a difference between wants and can, though. And again, side by side in the corner, but the 96 will have the advantage on the outside line.
And that might help the
and
22.
will probably keep the position. This is the best shot Little has had in a while, though. Alongside, side by side down into turn 3.
There's Davison. Look at Davies. Look at the 22.
Still going to be advantage Rigatino, but she is there and trying to take third away from Little, whose reluctance to get past and get clear that 96 will cost her ultimately.
96. I mean, that was a great move by Davison to go try to get through the middle, to go 3 wide through the middle. Got her the momentum, and it's gonna get her up to third here if she can hang on to them. If she can hang on. Still trying to fend off that 71, but will she get clear? Not quite yet.
I think so.
Now she does. Now she'll drop down. Clear off.
How about the 46 back in the picture? Was fighting for the lead earlier, was leading at points earlier in this race.
Yeah, Yenfi
Had some
Yonigan.
problems, making her way back up.
Davison gets pushed high again. Little trying to take third. Once more. She's not going to be able to do it, though. Davison drives real deep into 1 and 2. So deep into 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's possible Little could even lose fourth back there to the 92, in fact.
92's holding the outside. Looks like the 71's going to stay ahead of the 92 here, though, at the very least.
Yeah, is losing out on this mid to long run, though. Just not able to pass cars and is really costing her, using up her stuff, and is now getting passed by other cars as Young Wei-Ku continues to lead with only a little bit of time left in this race, a little bit more than 73 laps.
Andrea Davison now up into third spot. Rigatino sits second. Ku has the lead. Little. Little trying to take the spot from the 22, but the 22 is clear. Whoa, we got a car around. It's Alacantes, the 18. Caution's out.
Caution is out again. And this is going to make things very interesting if they do pit here, because we have about 70 to go.
70 to go.
And the pit window is generally accepted as 60 with maybe a few more. And
Yeah.
teams, it's possible they could try and stretch it to the end. So, fuel mileage? Unless we get another
Ooh,
yellow at an
this-
opportune time. Crew chiefs are sweating blood right now, I tell you that much after this caution.
This was one of the, that might have been one of the most oddly timed cautions for everybody here. All right, here comes everybody down pit road. We'll see. We'll take a look as to what happened with the 18 when we get a chance. 93 of Tosima will be the free pass car. She'll wave around second time by. Rajo, what's up on the 18?
Yeah, we're getting preliminary reports that it might have been a tire going down on the 18 there. We'll have to double check on the replay, but I definitely saw the 18 going slowly through that part of the track. So I'd wager a guess that that's probably what happened. That's probably what happened on that 18 car.
Slow stop on the 22. 38 will get the lead out. 71, 96, 92, 13. Top 5.
Yeah, good work by the 13 pit crew to make up numerous spots, and of course by Abby Little for what Little couldn't do on the track. Her pit crew certainly did for her down on pit road to make up those positions.
What
Here's
happens
what
to the
happened
18?
to Alacantes.
Oh, she's in the wall.
If anything, that's not a bad place to be for a tire down like that. Rather than just slam into the wall from at the bottom, at least you're hitting it from the top, so still a hit, but not as hard a hit as it could have been.
And yeah, we're also I think the best thing about that is that she didn't take out anybody else. Just
Exactly.
ran it in the wall.
Had she been below another car too, that could have been an incident that claimed at least a couple cars.
So yeah, they'll have at the theoretical maximum, it's about 64 laps on fuel that you can go. There's no way there's no way they could make it.
It would take a masterclass to save at this point, but I don't know that the teams are betting on that. With the rate the cautions have kind of randomly fallen during this race, I genuinely think that we get one more pit stop from this, and it's not going to be under green. "26 cars still running, and I believe 23 of those are going to be on the lead lap with the 93's free pass, right? Or it'll be 22. Still a good amount of cars on the lead lap, and
21.
a fair amount in this race.
It will be 21.
21,
Because
yeah.
the 18's laps down. 18's actually still rolling, so...
That's good. Thankfully, getting into the wall from that particular angle wouldn't have caused that much damage.
Lights are out, so we're gonna go green this time. Koo, Little, Rugatino, Yatica, Waterton, Davison, Malikson, Parkings, Yiria, and Vancy, as the 20 apparently has come down pit road with an issue and retired from the race. So Ariella again with a late engine failure in with another late engine failure that has taken her out of the race.
Other starters on the front row, of course, out of the race now, with the 91 having been collected in that incident. Now, 20 with this mechanical problem, certainly qualifying position does not guarantee finishing position. Certainly those teams have stinging reminders of that, as we're about to get the restart here.
If this was a normal 500-mile race, Abriella's engine would have blown up with 1 lap to go. Sorry, 2 laps to go, I should say. Here we go, green flag.
Bit of an unorderly restart further back, as we saw cars get different jumps. Rigatino trying to take second right back, but the 92 is there as well.
They're 3 wide for second.
That high line not as initially good, which is why Little lost those spots despite being on the high line.
Here comes the 22. Look at Davison down on the bottom.
Yeah, she's been making moves and has not been shy about it, but down on this end of the racetrack, Rigatino able to use that high line to her advantage. Youngwei Ku keeps the lead.
Oh, but does she? Here comes the 96.
Does for now. The 38 still clear.
Still clear for now, but they are tight off the corner. 96 looks to the inside, into 3 and 4 now.
Rigatino is not playing it easy, nor is Davison, as those two make moves on the bottom. Youngwei Ku drifting away at the racetrack, probably in her best interest to do so. Still clear.
Here comes Davison for second.
Yappy Malikson in the picture as well. Second car on that bottom line among that battling group.
She's trying to take Red Racing's first win of the season. They have yet to win this year, so... a red car in victory lane would probably be something that they'd be happy with. Gotcha. What happened to Abriella?
Hi, Echo. We're here once again in the garage looking at the 20 team, trying to figure out the engine, the problems with the engine here. They were Gabby Gabriella was reporting a major loss of power there sometime in that last caution. So the team is believing that I think it's some sort of header issue, and that was the problem that was starting to that was taking away the performance of the engine there. Yeah, that's something teams might have to start looking at here. These engines have been running for quite a while now, so maybe some of that mechanical attrition is starting to really hit for some of these teams now, and it's definitely hit the 20 car.
Well, we're in the final 100 miles now.
Yeah, Rigatino has taken the lead, and yeah, we passed 500, and we are in the final 100 miles of this, so much longer than most of these top cars usually go at this point. So attrition not surprising. Here's Davison going for the lead.
96
just
slipped.
high, but that is not a punishment.
96 slipped a little bit. Davison going for the top spot. Here comes the 23 of Malixon giving the 22 a push. 96 has it, but the 22's there. What kind of a runoff will happen here? 22, I think, may get clear. Into 3 and 4. Oh, the 96 dives it deep into 3 and 4.
Really able to use that high line. Not enough to necessarily keep the lead decisively, but certainly enough to keep it a contest.
60 laps to go.
Davison and Rigatino, 3 wide further back as more cars are closing in and having fun.
Rita Lotta's up here. She's actually moved her way up into 6th.
Yeah, she's been all over the place, but back in a relevant position near the end of this race.
Well, they may
That's
go
what
4.
that team is needed.
I thought they were going to go 4.
Well, who's to say they won't? They very well could soon. Thankfully, a bit too tame at this moment, but there's no guarantee that the next moment will be that way. And look who's back, Youngwei Koo. Lost the lead, fell to 3rd. Now trying to get that spot back, though Davison and Rigatino will be 2 tough obstacles to counter.
Here comes Malixon as well. Davison, I think she's clear. Yes, 22 is clear. Davison to the lead, and the 22 car out front.
Yeah, she is clear safely, but Rigatino is no slouch at all. Not making a move this time, but clearly in position to where if she wanted to, if she had that opportunity, she very well could. God going for 4th on Malixon.
We are starting to hear that there is rain in the area, and it is to the point where the race would not resume if the rain were to hit the track.
Well, I'm sure Red Racing is saying call the race at this point, stop the count, and just let their car win a race. But I don't think Rigatino or Youngwei Koo, really anybody else, would be too happy about that.
Yeah, I don't think that's how you want to win the races.
I mean, that's fair. No guarantee that you keep it in these last laps, though, especially since we will have another stop.
There will be another stop.
So I'm going
55.
for 3rd on Youngwei Koo.
How about the 55? Rita Lod starting to make up some ground. She's got Yappy Malixon giving her a little push. They're all over the place further back. Look at what's going on back here. This is all a mess. I believe the 10 of Stoneman did actually retire, so no more moving chicane 10 car.
I'm sure that the leaders are delighted not to have that 10 car on track, because that is one less thing that they have to worry about while in that leader battling for that lead. But certainly a tough night, gone much worse for the 10.
Yeah. Multiple impacts with the wall, and it's just taken her out of contention. Taking her out of the race after she got involved in that incident with the 91 of Alicia Byrne. Here's the fight between Yiria and Parkings fighting for the 7th spot. You got Delod battling with Rugatino for the 2nd spot. Those are 2 teammates right there. On a night where Ford has dominated, right now the Chevys look like the strong ones.
It's possible, but Ford is still accountable here. They are in 2nd and 3rd at this point, and there is no guaranteeing that Chevy can hold on like this. Not that I'm saying that they're going to lose this race, but certainly Ford is still a threat.
And on a very American night, it's 2 American manufacturers that have battled it out all race. And you got some Toyotas back here, though.
They do have a lot of production in the U.S. I'll give them that for something.
I mean,
Then
true.
there's Mercedes further back.
Yeah, and then there's the Honda of Harina. Continuing to fight for 2nd, Rugatino and Delod. And that may let the 22 pull away just a bit. $50 laps to go. Malikson trying to get by Koo. Yappy's trying to take that spot away. You got Yatika trailing back. There's Janet Parkings. Delod looking to go for 2nd again. I don't think there's any team orders going down in the Dark Horse Racing camp. They want to fight it out.
I mean, yeah, at this point, might as well just fight for that position. You're already in a good spot, and there's no guarantee that we can't get it on pit road, because that team has had, I'd say, mixed pit stops tonight, but they have had some highlights, and we know they'll give it their all in the very last portion, as will everyone.
You know what I think? I think what's going to win this race, strategy-wise, be the first car down pit road. You'll have the advantage of those fresher tires. You know, if you decide to take tires, we saw this in the Continental race in Fontana. Nobody could make it. They all had to come down pit road, and Izzy Oberman managed to win that race by being the car that pitted the earliest. She pitted with 20 to go, whereas everyone else tried to leg it out to the very end, and they couldn't make it.
I agree, especially since this last run here will be shorter, assuming that we do get a green flag pit cycle once again time, and we know that the undercut in the short term is better, and this is a short term situation.
Oh, it'll be
Think
absolutely
about
short
that.
term. It'll be like 10 laps maybe. 23.
Yeah, there's no question.
23's up
Make
to
that
4th
call
now.
first.
Yappy Malikson up to 4th now. And we saw a lot of those 2-car teams showing up, but at the end of the day, it's the powerhouses that are making the statements here. Dark Horse Racing obviously still a 2-car team, but Dark Horse Racing has the support of the 4-car teams. '22. Davison holds the lead for now. Yeah, the interesting thing is, I think, I talked about this. We talked about this in the Continental Series, but in the Continental race, up until Charlotte, it was only Canadian drivers that had won at the 1.5 miles. Well, look who's out front here in this race. A Canadian driver, Andrea Davison. But for how long? The 55 is there. Delod got by Rugatino, and she has closed up big time on Davison now. Looks to the bottom.
Going for the lead now.
I don't think she'll get it.
Yeah, certainly mounting quite the challenge, though. as Rigatino is going to think maybe I can take second if Delad can.
This is two teams fighting against each other. It's Red Racing against Dark Horse Racing. And I think they know the urgency's up.
Yeah, note the lap car ahead. That will play a factor.
Here comes Dillard once again. She's gonna try and maybe pin the 22. Can't do it. 22 gets away.
This is not the time to do that. They need to wait at least a little bit longer. Probably. Well, now they're going to pass the 31 here on the front stretch. And Delad, not wise to make a move on the outside that time.
Yeah, can't really make a move there. Delad's going to get a little bit of a reset here.
Gonna hold up. It did hold up Yappy Malkson for just a moment in the quest for third, but not too much of a disruption regarding that 31 car.
Yeah, 31's not being too terrible.
Yeah, good lap car etiquette. Very important at a long race. Because you'll have a lot more friends if you just stay out of the way and mind your own business.
I think she's just trying to hold her line and not, not be too much of an issue. I mean, she's got a decent amount of speed. Davison, Delad, Rugatino, Malixon, Janet Parkings is up into 5th.
Youngway Ku's struggling down in 7th right now after leading part. And of course, Mika Harina continuing to make up a little bit of ground in 8th right now. Abby Little has fallen to 10th and is just hanging on into the top 10. Has some potentially threatening cars behind.
Felicia Vancy and Emery Wesco. But Davieson's still hanging on right now. Less than 40 laps to go. Davison, Delad. We may see a fight for third roll up here fairly soon because Malixon has been pressuring Rugatino. 23 is there. I could not imagine what we'd hear if Yappy Malixon wins this race.
Well, we'd probably hear a lot given the name.
Oh yeah. Trying to hold and hang on back there. That's the battle for the 5th spot. Yatica and Parking's back here as the 55 looks underneath once again for the lead, but Davison drives off. And the further we get into this run, the more it starts to wonder, when will that pit stop come? Because now we're starting to get really deep into the end as we're on lap 3, 6, 7 here. Andre Davison, Bria Delad, Angeli Rugatino, Yappy Malixon, Janet Parkings, the top 5. It's going to be down to a lot of different strategy here.
Yeah, these crew chiefs are just going insane right now. They are thinking, I cannot mess this up. My job depends on everything depends on this, and I need this Dr. Pepper 600 win. And if you mess up this call, it will certainly not paint a very good light on you as a crew chief at this point. It's such a tough call to make and such a stressful one too.
Delod once again looks
Still
low.
trying again.
Davidson's going to clear, though. Davidson's going to be well clear.
We've noticed before, battling for the lead here are really a lot of positions at this point in the race. It's like Sisyphus pushing that stone, it's such a futile, long effort. And there's no doubt that this race will be won on pit road with how things are going now.
Brugantino using that high lane. Eight cars Schliesenbach down pit road. As there's 30 laps to go, I think we may start to see it. I think we may start to see some different strategies start to kick in here.
Please keep it green, guys. I want to see some fun strategy.
.22 Davison holding on. It's the 22 and the 55. That's two car numbers that are kind of the. I guess if you flipped. Oh, 22's pitting. Davison's in. Gonna do the early strat. 82's in as well. 19 coming in as well. All right. Well, here it is. Here's our strategy.
Yeah, the 22 knew that to keep the lead, she couldn't just rely on the 55, make high left. She needed to go down pit road first. Use that brain to stay ahead rather than that race car. Good call by the 22 team if this works out.
They took they're taking 4 tires on the 22, so I'm not surprised. What's up, Liam?
Yeah, this is that pit strategy. They think they can make it on fuel if they fill it all the way up. So it's 4 tires and fuel to make sure they can get every last drop in there and make it to the end of this race. It's down to getting out in front of the 55, and they thought coming down early was the best way to do it.
Well, I can't say I disagree with that. I think that, if we saw this in Fontana. We saw this in Fontana in the Continental race when nobody could make it. If you came in, the earlier you came in for tires and took 4 tires, that's less time that you're spending on the track on these older tires losing time. Even if you maybe splash and go, that's just, it might not even be enough if they have that many laps advantage on the tires.
Precisely, and there's just not enough time left for an
46.
overcut to even remotely be useful. It is way too late for that.
34
More
is
leaders
in.
on pit road.
46 was in. 55, 96. Both staying out right now. 92 staying out. I think the 72 of Parkings came in. She's with the 23. 23 of Yappy Malikson was in. 55 and 96 really taking their sweet time here. Where's the 22? Oh, there she is. Okay, yeah, she's well in front of these cars.
You know, I understand the gamble from some of those.
55,
Okay,
96
yeah,
are in. They're in. 92 staying out.
I was gonna say I was understanding the gamble from some of these teams that were staying out. They think they're putting their last hopes on that, but I think a lot of these teams are understanding now, albeit too late, that yeah, you aren't getting that at this point. Pretty much just make your bed and you lay in it is what.
Shout out to the 13 of Waterton. I believe she's actually cycled to net second right now. Although I'm not sure where that will cycle out once the 55 and the 96 are out here. Final stop for everybody. I think everybody knew they couldn't make it, so they weren't trying. 22 way past. These cars are going to lose a lot of position. With the 92s down, so is the 60. So Andrea Davison now fairly large lead she's got. She's got about 2 seconds on the 13 of Waterton. You know, for Yania Waterton, if she's able to finish second after winning last week, after all that she's gone through in this race, I think that says that team is just they've turned a corner.
Yeah, I feel like finishing second in this race would be as good as a win for them right now. With again, as much as they've suffered in this race and just yeah, again their performance improving, this is a great sign for them. I don't think they'd be complaining.
20 laps to go. 2.22 seconds, the gap that the 22 has. That's a lot of twos. Gap shrunk though, 2.0.
Yeah, there's some twos there too.
Janet Parking's up into third spot in the 72 car. Not much gain from the 13 that time. Mika Harina's up into fifth spot. How about Ava Jarsaraj recovering from being laps down in 8th place now? Rhea Delad, 9th. Arlen Hanstrom, 10th. Rugatino slid back to 11th. Yatika in 12th. I mean, staying out long just was not the call. And the 72 gets around the 13. There goes Parking's up to second. And we cycled through that pit stop, so I think we may genuinely go green to the end here. More time gained, but are they gaining quick enough? That's the question now. You know, in those runs earlier, they were time limited. They weren't time limited. They are now. They only got 16 laps to get there. Here comes Yappy up for third. Up the high side. 15 to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're getting enough. They did only a 10th time, and with 15 tenths, yeah, that's clearly not enough to get to the lead. Never mind make a pass. So they need to get on their game or hope the 22 has misfortune in
Three
order
wide.
to actually get up there.
Look at this
Yeah,
three wide.
3 wide. They're not taking breaks now.
Every positions are worth everything now. Malik's in third. Look at Ajar Siraj has gone by 3 cars there up to 5th spot. She might even take 4th here if she can get enough momentum off turn 2. .6 the gap now between Davison and Parkings. Jarsuraj going 3 wide middle with Waterton. She'll drop back out, but I think she will take 5th. .22, getting around the lap car of the 31. And she did gain a little bit of time, up to 1.71, so... I think for the 55 and 96, that strategy would have worked any other lap, but not in these final closing laps.
I agree, and if they had a caution before they pitted, that could have also worked if there were enough cars a lap down. That would have given them less cars to lose position to on pit road, but you just cannot make those gambles late in the race. You have to do the tried and true undercut point, and that is going to cost those cars a chance at an even better finish that they could have got.
It's going to cost them a podium. As we're at our Windows 11 to go here. Andrea Davison leading the way here from Charlotte in the Dr. Pepper 600. Janet Parkins, Yappy Malikson, Yania Waterton, Ava Ajarsaraj make up the top 10. Harina, Little, Yuria, Delad, and Handstrom. The rest of the top 10 as the 23 has slid way up the track. She may lose the 3rd position because here comes the 98 through the middle. Look at the 71 here. Absolute ruckus going on here as the battle for 3rd rages on. As Jarsaraj takes it away. 72 is down to 1.3 seconds, but I just don't think it's enough.
No, it's not at this rate with 9 to go, 1.3 seconds. You need to gain at least a 10th and a half, at least, to catch up, and that is not happening.
.98 is on a charge right now, though. Jarsaraj is really making up a ton of ground here. That was a 10th and a half that time.
But then you still have to pass that car, so
98 clear for 2nd.
even a 10th and a half is not enough. We'll see what the 98 has in store, but I'm still not convinced. Plus, there's a lap card between the 22 and this group here.
No, there isn't.
Oh yeah, I cleared a little bit ago. My bad.
Bro just saying stuff. Oh, wow. Look at that gain. 0.83.
It was a game.
That was a huge gain. They gained out almost 4/10 that time. This thing might not be over. We're going to have 6 to go. Half a second. Look at how quickly the 98's closing. Look at this. She is on the move right up there to the 22. 5 laps to go.
And she's caught.
She's
The
there.
question is, can she pass? Not yet. But the pass is looming. It will happen.
She'll at least try. They're going to catch the 8 car. That's another lapper. Davison, I think, doing her best to try to keep the arrow on the 98 as rough as possible.
Jan Schliesenbach up ahead has not always played nice with the leaders as being the lap cars, so that will make things especially interesting if that tendency keeps
There
up.
she goes. Can't do it.
Might have lost a little ground there, in fact. Did lose a little ground there. Parkins is back in the mix. Might make the move for second as we have 3 to go.
3 to go. Davison trying to hang on. Ajar Siraj has caught, but has she caught quick enough? Does she have enough time to maybe make one last move on the 22?
The 8 did not pose a problem for Davison, so
Didn't
it is
pose a
going
problem
to be
for the
a straight
98
fight
either.
to the finish.
2 to go. Ajar Siraj. 3.5 tenths. She is
Less
closing
than 3 miles
in.
remaining. Time is running out.
It's going to come down to the last lap.
That is when Ajar Siraj needs to make her move. It is not going to happen at this end of the racetrack, and it doesn't need to. She just needs to focus on that momentum.
White
Get
flag.
there.
White flag. 1 lap to go. Here goes the 98 to the inside. 22.
Not able to make the dive yet. Will she have the run down the back?
No. 22 gets the momentum. And I think that
She
might
needs
do
to do
it.
something desperate now. Not there. Race decided.
Oh, she's closing. Closing,
Not
but
gonna be
just
enough.
not quick enough. It's Andrea Davison who wins the Dr. Pepper 600. And they were almost 4 wide crossing the line further back in the pack. What a finish. Wow. That's still delivered.
I'll say, caught but just couldn't quite get there. I'm not complaining though. That was certainly entertaining to watch.
I think she had the momentum to make the move, just could not make it stick just quite yet. Well, Andrea Davison wins 0.073. That is, in fact, the closest finish in the Cup Series history. Closer than Daytona. What a race, though. What a great race. Not a lot of incidents. I think that was something that we had been expecting, but that was a great finish, a great race. You know, the mid-race rain delay did kind of mess things up a little bit, but you know what? We still had a great race in this one.
Yeah, that rain delay certainly dampened things, but it did not soak our spirits at all. And yeah, I'd argue that this is one of the best races of the year. And the slightly lesser number of incidents, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. We had great racing all around. We had some moments of chaos, sure, that's just racing, but it was just incredible to watch this event all around. A lot of strategy, cars handling, close racing. What more could you ask for?
Hey, we managed to finish the race before 3 a.m. too. All right, well,
Well done.
here we're gonna send you to very quickly in about a few moments here. We're gonna send you to the post-race show, but I do want to talk about a couple drivers had some good runs. Janet Parkins, 3rd place. A podium for her is something she absolutely needed. Sitting in 8th in points, that's gonna help her climb up the points a little bit. Ajar Siraj got a big boost of momentum there. Still a 2nd place finish. Mika Harina with a P4. That's going to rocket her up in the points. How about some cars deep in the points with top 10s? You had Abby Little in 8th place. Michele Yatica with a P7. Yania Waterton finished 9th. I mean, a great day for a lot of cars that were, further back in the field. And just it was a great day all around for a lot of these cars. All right. Well, we're going to send you down to the studio here. Fairly late, I know, but we're going to send you down to the studio here with Rasha and Liam for the post-race show here for the Dr. Pepper 600. What do you two got for us?
Do not finish an AWSCO race at 3 a.m. Gone right, actually. That was a great finish. Great race. I mean, Charlotte Motor Speedway has yet to disappoint. And Rasha, what were your thoughts on that finish there?
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much it. Charlotte is always a really fun track to be at, of course. So, Charlotte's always really fun track to be at, and that finish, I think, delivered quite really well. And Andrea Davidson was just about able to hold on to the undercut there. That was extremely close on her end. I don't think she wanted to. I don't think she would have liked to have gone a few more laps with that. That 22 was giving it everything in terms of defense. And
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
just closest finish in AWSCO history there. 0.073 seconds. It's closer than the closest continental
were
finish
really
and the
close.
closest cup finish.
Yeah,
Top
the
three
top-
were all really close.
I
We
think
had them
any of those
almost.
three had a shot of winning.
We had them almost 4 wide coming across the line towards the middle of the pack as well. Like,
Yeah.
just great racing all around from everybody
Yeah,
in the
Fords
field
were
tonight.
the Fords were still really quick, despite the changes that all the other manufacturers made. They got closer and they won at the end, but those Fords were still incredibly quick. I mean, you still had the Mason Parker cars fighting it. It was a George this time with the that was taking the fight on, and then you still have the 55, the 71. You still have the 96 and 19 all in the top 10. That's still a very strong showing from the Fords, although they didn't get away with the trophy at the end.
Yeah, I mean, those Toyota.
Go ahead.
Those Toyotas we were pointing out right at the middle of the race, I think they didn't get those adjustments in that they wanted to. Sky and Jetty and Fiona got both finishing 18th, 19th, just at the bottom of the lead lap. So, not the speed we expected to see out of those cars heading into the second half of this race, but they still finished on the lead lap, which is better than, about half the field can say.
Yeah, definitely on that end. Of course, Red Racing carrying home a really good result. Finally got their first win here. Davison in the 22 winning and getting another top 10 on top of that with the 23. And I think let me see. I think just the 28th place. The 10 was the only car that failed to finish that race. Wandayo finished the 20th last car on the lead lap. So a good strong showing from Red Racing, a team that have been knocking on the door of that first win for quite a while now, and finally have something to show for it. And they did it in the one of the biggest events of the season. So yeah, real good result, real good showing from them, and congrats to Red Racing as a whole on that.
Yeah, I mean, just a great showing in this. They were great all race. Red Racing, all four of those cars were doing really well today. I think they did really wake up in the second half. Audie Stoneman obviously got unlucky getting involved in a couple incidents, but everybody else really great showing. And we were talking about the mechanical gremlins that were going to attack this race with how long it is, and we saw that in droves. A lot of engine failures today, a lot of mechanical issues. We saw the 18 Perry Alicantes go multiple laps down after that just catastrophic tire failure that forced her to stop in the middle of turn 1. Luckily, she was able to keep it going at the end of this thing, but yeah, a long race, really technical race, very different than the sort of fast-paced chaos that we got through most of the Continental race, but the field really woke up, shockingly, once we got into the early hours of the morning here at Charlotte.
Yeah.
Shout out to the fans for sticking it out through that rain delay and through this
good crowd.
really
The crowd felt
long,
pretty
late
good.
race.
Oh yeah, speaking of Toyota teams, I would say give a nice shout out to Inverness Racing there with a nice top 10. Michele Yatica finishing in 7th place, and Sophie Chancellor was in the middle of that fight was in the middle of that fight for most of the race as well, and delivered it home in 15th. A much needed good run for that team. I'd say a much needed good run as well for MNC's cars, 8th and 16th as well. So good results for them. And yeah, and what about that recovery for the 93 Arinia Tosima? Of course, that was the car we saw earlier on losing that rear bumper in the caution at the start of the pit cycle, I believe. And well, they managed to get a lot of that damage patched up under a red flag. And even though they were starting, I think, still a lap down, at least one lap down, probably two actually. They managed to navigate the cautions and everything through the second half of the race and bring it home in 14th. Good run for Tosima, and I think that'll do her really well in points as well, because let me double check where she is in points. Yeah, Tosima already has that win, but she is sitting kind of in that bubble zone, I would say.
Yeah,
Speaking of bubble drivers, Mika
Oh,
Harina,
just-
big day for her.
I was just gonna say while we were talking about Tosima, I mean, we were talking about how that red flag really brought
Mhm.
a new life to the race. Really, was kind of a reset for a lot of drivers, and that
Mhm.
'93 team was a real one of those cars that you could really see benefited from that reset. Was I think 2 laps down at least
Yeah.
at one point in the race. Was running around at a very slow pace, and once they got those repairs done,
Yeah, really
under
good.
that red flag, was able to get back out on a track and run a lot faster than where they would have been running if we didn't
Yeah,
get
that was
pause.
a really good work by the Evans Ross Racing crew there to get as much done as possible under the red flag, and I'm sure that's a result that they'll happily take home any day. I should say with regards to how Rena's was P4, and considering that Davison won, she was 15th in points heading into this race. I don't think Bird and Schliesenbach really had very good races. Yeah, they're 24th and 27th. So with that kind of playoff bubble line slowly moving up, I think, over time, as assuming we get more winners from outside the cutoff line, and the fact that Yenfi Yanaga is the next driver up, like after Bern, Schliesenbach, and Haurina, that bubble race might become really interesting. If we only get like 1 or 2 winners outside the playoffs, because that might the way the playoff line works, in the way that new winners get an automatic automatic entry at the playoff, that might make things really interesting as the playoff line gets moved up.
Well, you say that,
Mhm.
but I think that some of the distance at least is going to be closed with Yenfi finishing 19th in this race.
Yeah, a little bit of that. But to be
It
fair,
gives
yeah.
a there's going to be drivers below the cut line that didn't do well today. They're still going to be falling back a little bit, but with the 46 being that, the one car around the cut line that doesn't have a win, and Davison having a win, it is going to separate a bit. But I think at this halfway point in the season, there's still plenty of room for drivers to sort of bounce around that playoff cut line and try and
I
make
think
their
that's
way
fair.
in,
Mhm.
barring we don't get a bunch of different winners before the
Yeah,
end of
this is
regular
assuming we
season.
don't get a lot of new winners, in which from below the cut line. In which case, that would become moot, and Yanaga is basically the cutoff line for points.
Yeah.
Because that entire stretch between Yanaga and Davison, they all have wins there. Because the Laud and Rarison have 2 wins. They're really good. Yashiraj already has 1 win, almost won this one. Rugatino won, and Davison's now won. So that entire part of the driver standings are full of winners already. So that also might get really competitive once we get to the playoffs. A lot of these drivers took wins in all sorts of varying tracks, but we're starting to get some of our best drivers. I think some of that have been the best at 1.5 mile tracks, I should say, really show up here.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've got such a variety of tracks in this series as well that there's so much to look forward to, and there's so many wild cards that can be thrown into the mix.
Yeah.
Like we've been talking about the 600-mile race at Talladega. That's a long race at a super speedway type track that there's bound to be a couple instances. We saw how the field handled Daytona. Hopefully they can handle Talladega a bit better. But that race is going to be a total wild card. We've got other tracks as well. A lot more road courses on the schedule.
I was going to say, you say this, and our regular season finales at Pensacola.
Yeah, that too. I mean, there's so much to look forward to, and there's so much that could really flip this entire standings on its head in this second half of the regular season. So it's still in the air. It's still anybody's game, and I genuinely don't see the grid as of right now reflecting the grid at the end of the regular season. So you got to stay tuned because there's so much to look forward to.
Yeah. I think with regards to speaking of the races that are coming up pretty soon, do you like road courses? Because we have a lot of those coming up. Next race, of course, it's at Montreal, and then we go to Mosport, so 2 Canadian road courses. There's also Michigan, which notably not a
Quick-
road course.
A quick break at the 2 Mile Michigan International Speedway, and then it's
close,
Mexico
close
City
over
and
there.
Sonoma.
Yeah. And then you have more road courses. The All-Star race, and then of course Daytona road course. We do return to Daytona, but it's at the road course layout this time, so I think it's gonna be definitely very interesting for the for some of the road course ringers. Maybe a golden opportunity for driving for a driver like Ava Aguiar-Sharaj, who's acclimated really well to stock car racing, but has also been quite strong at the road courses as well to boot.
Yeah, I mean, just one oval in the next 6 points races, and then we go to a variety of different shaped ovals in this little world tour
Yeah.
bubble. Race 22 through 24, Rio de Janeiro, Lausitz Ring, and Motegi. There's so much variety between the road courses. Michigan being a 2 Mile speedway, it's going to be very similar to Fontana in that regard, and then those international tracks as well. There's so much to look forward to on this schedule, and there's so much that can change the complexion of this season.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a great show.
We don't really have that many traditional intermediates left on the schedule. We do have quite a few 1.5 mile tracks, but we have 2 pill shaped, and they're mostly going to be in the playoffs. So this performance is going to be important for the teams, I think, but it might not mean too much given the different kinds of intermediates that we'll be going to in the playoffs. So teams will be happy. Teams that did well here are going to be happy about things, but I think they're still going to be want to be as prepared as possible for the very different kinds of intermediate racing that we'll end up seeing in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the only intermediate really coming up that is similar to this is Kansas, with Atlanta being that plate track configuration.
Yeah.
Kansas is really the only in that first round of the playoffs. That's the only speedway similar to Charlotte that we've got left this season.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else that's 1.5 miles is
kind of its own,
or around 1.5 miles. It's Darlington, it's Motegi, it's
I'd say
Homestead.
Oregon and Homestead. I'd say Oregon and Homestead race pretty similarly, but they are a different shape.
They are different shapes, so it's going to be a totally different beast to tackle.
Yeah. They want to be. All right. Well, any final words before we throw it back to the booth with Echo for her final words?
I think we covered pretty much all of it, either at the halfway report during the red flag or here. It was a great race, great finish. And I mean, I'm just looking forward to the variety that we've got coming up later in the schedule, and I think it's a great time to hand it off to Echo so we can close this thing out.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, Echo. Take you back to the booth with her now, and she'll give out her final words, and we'll wrap up this broadcast pretty soon.
Yeah, and Andrea Davison, your winner here from Charlotte. A very good race. The Dr. Pepper 600 was probably one of the best races we've seen all year. All right, well, next week we're in Quebec. We're going to be speaking French. Well, we might be speaking French. I don't know. It's the next week we have the Continental Series from Saint-Eustache. 250 laps from that 0.4 of a mile short track. And then the Videotron 400 for the Windows Cup Series at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Ile Notre-Dame in Montreal. It's gonna be real fun next week. All right, on behalf of Madison, Liam, and Rasha, I'm Echo. Thank you all for watching and joining in here tonight. I will see you all next time. See ya.